this section of the course, we're going to create our first HTML page. Remember that HTML is a programming language that communicates instructions to your web browser. It instructs the web browser on exactly how the web page should be displayed to the viewer. HTML and CSS, which we'll explore later on, defines the way fonts, colors, graphics, and hyperlinks are displayed on your pages. Let's take a look at a quick example. If we visit a web page through our web browser, for demonstration purposes, I've loaded techcrunch.com on Google Chrome. You can do the same using any browser of your choice. As we can see, this page is composed of basic text, links, images, and font styling. Let's take a look at the HTML code that instructs Google Chrome on how to display all the elements of this page. To do that, right-click on any blank area of the page and select View Page Source. As you can see, this is the actual code that communicates the layout of the page. Although this looks like a fairly lengthy and complex block of code, HTML pages follow more or less the same structure in all pages. By the end of this section, you'll be able to interpret and understand what most of this code means and even program HTML pages on your own. In this lesson, we're going to go over the structure of a basic HTML document. This structure will be the foundational building block of any HTML web page. We'll start off with a very simple page and add several elements to it as we progress through this section. Before we begin, you'll need to open Notepad++ if you're on a Windows machine or Text Wrangler if you're on a Mac. Once you have the text editor open, we'll need to open the file corresponding to this lesson from the Downloads folder. So go to File, Open, and open the file. With the file open, let's go over each element and the instructions they convey to the web browser. First of all, the document begins with the doctype HTML tag. This tag tells the browser that the markup of the language in which the page is written is HTML. Keep in mind that there are different types of HTML standards when it comes to coding your web page. Some HTML standards are quite strict and instruct the browser to follow a very strict set of rules when parsing and interpreting the code. An example of this is XHTML. The XHTML standard will check to make sure all your open HTML tags have corresponding closing tags, and you'll understand what that means in just a moment. There are many other compliance measures that make up the XHTML markup. It's not necessary to explore all of these because for the purpose of this course, we'll be using the HTML5 standard. This standard is more flexible in its compliance requirements among browsers and is also the most widely used. Previous versions of HTML, such as HTML4, are even more flexible but lack some of the new features inherent with HTML5. We'll learn about some of these new features as we progress through the course. Immediately after the doctype declaration comes the open HTML tag. The HTML tag is the building block for our page. Most other tags will be nested within the open HTML tag and the closing HTML tag. Keep in mind that an open tag must be closed to define the ending of the HTML page. Please note that when we work with other nested languages such as PHP, the PHP code can be inside or outside the HTML blocks. However, for now, all the tags we work with will be nested inside the HTML open tag and the close HTML tag. The next tag in our web page structure is the open head tag. Similar to the HTML tag, the head tag must also have a corresponding closing tag. Note that anything contained within the open head and closing head tag will not be displayed visually within the content area of your browser. For a better understanding of the content area, let's preview this HTML page in our web browser to see what it looks like. To do that, click on Run, and in my case, I'm going to launch it in Google Chrome. You can select your browser from this list here. Here we can see what this HTML page will look like in our web browser. The content area is defined as this region of the browser window. The head tag contains important instructions for your browser. First, it identifies the title of the page. For this reason, the open title and closing title tags must be contained within the head tags. The actual title of the page should be contained within the title tags. The title of the page is displayed here. You can see that the title of this page is My First Web Page, and that corresponds to the text in between the title tags. The next set of tags contained in our head tags is the meta tags. Meta tags communicate with both the web browser and search engines to provide valuable information about your page. Let's start with the first meta tag. This meta tag is primarily intended for search engines. It's known as the meta name description. The description is followed by the content. It's the snippet of information below the link of a search result. The meta description describes the contents of the page to the searcher. The goal of a meta description is to persuade the searcher to click through to your website. If a meta description is not provided, the search engine will automatically generate one based on the content of your page. The next meta tag indicates the character set of the page. In this tag, the character set used is UTF-8. The explanation as to why the UTF-8 character set is used, among other alternatives, is fairly technical. To keep things less confusing, we've included some links for further reading on character sets. Next, we have the viewport meta tag. This is an important tag to include. Keep in mind that most users will not only view your web page through a computer screen, but also through a wide range of mobile devices. The viewport defines the user's visible area of a web page. The viewport varies depending on the device and will be smaller on a mobile phone than on a computer screen. The viewport meta tag gives the browser instructions on how to control the page's dimensions and scaling. The width equals device dash width sets the width of the page to follow the screen width of the device, which will vary depending on the device. The initial scale equals 1.0 sets the initial zoom level when the page is first loaded by the browser. This illustration provides an example of a web page without the viewport meta tag and the same web page with the viewport meta tag on a mobile device. Now that we've gone through some of the commonly used meta tags, let's go on to the next tag in our head tag, which is the open and close style tag. The code that is included within the style tags are referred to as style rules, and they define what is known as the page's cascading style sheet, or CSS. The style sheet can be used to define the formatting of just about any element within your HTML document. They can be used to format anything from fonts, line spacing, font color, table borders, image opacity, and hyperlink effects. This course actually has an entire section devoted to CSS because of their importance and frequency of usage. For this reason, all you have to know right now is that the style sheet is located in the head tags. The style tag on this demonstration page has one rule: body color red. This means that all the text located in the body of this HTML document will be displayed in red. But we'll explore this in much more detail later on. The next block of code we see is a JavaScript function. Remember that JavaScript allows us to create interactive effects within web browsers. The head tag contains the JavaScript functions that will be called upon in the body of our HTML document. We've included a basic JavaScript function that will be used to convert a user's text input from lowercase to capital letters. We'll see the JavaScript function in action when we move on to the body section of this HTML document. Please note this course has an entire section devoted to JavaScript coding. So for now, we've only included a very basic example for demonstration purposes. The body tag contains the content which is visible within the content area of your web browser. It contains things like text, hyperlinks, images, tables, lists, and any other visible elements. In our example, we've included two items in our body tag. The first is just basic text. Since we've not defined the location or any other attributes of this text, it will be displayed at the top left corner of our web browser. We also haven't specified the font face, but if you recall, we did specify the default font color as red in our cascading style sheet. In a moment, we'll preview this document in our web browser, and you'll see exactly how it looks. After the basic text content, we have a form element, the text field. We won't be covering form elements just yet, but this example demonstrates how we call a JavaScript function named myFunction to convert the input text from lowercase to capitals. If you recall, the JavaScript function was located in our head tag. We're now calling that function in the body tag. Let's preview the file again so we can see how this all comes together in our web browser. We can see that the text that was contained in our body tags is displayed here as it should be. The color is red, and it's located at the top left corner of the content area by default. Next, we have our JavaScript function. To see how it works, type your name into the text field in lowercase letters and click anywhere on the screen to activate the script. You'll see the name in the text field converts from lowercase to uppercase format. And that's it. Once we've closed the body tag, all that remains is our closing HTML tag to complete the entire HTML document. This is the basic structure of an HTML page. In this lecture, we're going to discuss how to create a paragraph spacing between lines of text. First, let's take a look at the web page we've developed so far in our web browser. We can see that all the text content is on one line, and we want it separated onto multiple lines. The first paragraph spacing that we want to apply is after this line. Now, in order to do this, we need to add opening and closing p tags around the text that we want to separate onto a new line. So now we've added the opening and closing p tag. Before the changes can take effect, we have to save our document. And now let's go ahead and preview it again. So now we can see that the two lines of text are separated by a paragraph spacing. Next, we want to add another paragraph spacing here in front of the text input and the label enter your name. So we'll do the same thing again. Put an opening and closing p tag where we want the paragraph spacing. And then file save. And let's take a look at it again. And so there it is. Using the paragraph tag, we now have all three lines of text on separate lines. Now you might have noticed that when we added a paragraph, it created a fairly large space. We can see a fairly wide gap, between the first, second, and third line. It actually double-spaced the lines of text. What if we only wanted a single line break? Well, for that, we'd have to use a break tag. To begin, type a block of text nested within a paragraph tag. We will then separate this block of text using a line break. Now we have the lines typed. We want to separate line 1 from line 2. So to do that, we'll go ahead and type a break tag, or enter a break tag. Now you'll notice that the break tag does not require a closing break tag. Now let's go ahead and save the file and preview it in our browser. So we can see that line 1 is separated from line 2, and the gap is much smaller using the line break tag versus the paragraph tag. Now let's talk about the spacing between characters. Say we wanted to add a third block of text. So we'll go ahead and enter it in. We want to place this line of text 5 spaces away from sentence 2 on the same line. Let's see what happens when we add 5 spaces in our HTML code with the spacebar and preview it in our browser. So I've entered 5 spaces. I'm going to save the file and I'm going to preview it to see if the spaces show up in our web browser. And as we can see here, only 1 space was registered. HTML ignores spaces, and this process is called white space collapsing. Spaces created by the spacebar, the tab key, and return key are all ignored when you write your code. One way to add additional spaces is to add the following tag. Where you require your space. Your web browser interprets this tag as a single space. It's the equivalent of pressing the spacebar once on your keyboard. So let's go ahead and copy this tag and just paste it 4 more times. So we're trying to register 5 spaces. Now save your document and once again preview it. And now we can see that we have 5 spaces between line 2 and line 3. So that is how you enter single spaces in your HTML document. The header tag allows you to create emphasized text, such as titles or headings. Header tags come in different sizes depending on the level of emphasis you require. Let's insert a few headers in our document under our existing text items. To insert a header, we'll start with the open header tag. The 1 value represents the size of the header. The smaller the value, the larger the header. We'll insert a few more just to see some of the different sizes available. Now let's save our file and take a look at the changes in our web browser. So here we can see our 4 headers. Notice that header 1 within the H1 open and close tag is the largest. Header 2, header 3, and header 4, which is the smallest. In this lesson, we're going to be working with formatting text, making text bold, italic, underlined, and other formatting options. Let's start with creating a text element and making it bold. We'll start by creating a new paragraph under our last header. Now to make this text bold, we would add the following tags around the text we just typed. Strong, that's a strong open tag, and a corresponding strong close tag. Now let's save this file and take a look at it in our web browser. So this is what the bold text looks like. Now we want a second line of text directly under this bold text line. So using the tab key, you can indent just to keep the format of your code clean and organized. This next text element, we're gonna make it italic. To make it italic, you use the EM tag. And the EM tag does have a corresponding close tag. Now remember, if we want this italic text line directly under the bold text line, we need to add a line break. And we'll add another break here because right underneath this, we're going to add an underlined text, which is created with the U tag. We can also insert a strike through our text using the strike tag. It also has a corresponding closing strike tag. So let's take a look at what this looks like so far. So here we can see we have our bold text, italic text, underlined, and strike through text. That's what it looks like in the browser. Now let's go ahead and just add another break For this next line, we're going to combine a variety of different formatting options together. So let's type the text first. So we want to make this line of text bold, italic, and underlined. So we'll begin by adding all our tags. We can start with any, the order doesn't matter. So we'll start with italics, and we'll create the closing tag at the end. So as you can see, the tags must be closed in the same order they were opened. And I'll save that. And so there it is. We have a line of text that's bold, italic, and underlined. Another way of formatting text is known as inline text formatting. Note that this is an outdated way of formatting your text. In the next section, we'll be using CSS to format text and other HTML elements. CSS is a much more efficient way of formatting text and offers a much higher degree of format customization. For this exercise, we'll change the format of header 4 using inline text formatting. We'll apply a font phase, change the font size, and apply a different color. In order to do that, we're going to start with the open font tag. The font tag has different attributes. One of the attributes is the font face. We'll apply the Arial font to this text. The next attribute is the size. And we can plug in any numerical value here. And the font color is another attribute. We'll change the color to blue. Next, we'll just add the closing font tag. And this is known as inline text formatting. So let's go ahead and save the file and preview the file in our browser. And there it is. We can see the header is much larger. It's now blue. And the font face is different than the other headers. It's Arial. In this lecture, we'll be adding an unordered list to our document. An unordered list looks like this. We can see the heading, and then the list items in no particular order. So in our HTML document, let's go ahead and first insert the heading for our list. We'll use the H3 tags. Once we have the header created, we can start the list. To create an unordered list, we use the open and close UL tag, which stands for unordered list, as you probably guessed. Now inside the UL tags, we create the list items using the LI tag. There's the open and the close li tag. And we can just insert the first list item within these tags. We'll just insert a few other items to populate the list. And there it is. This is the complete list with the heading. Let's save the file and once again preview it in our web browser. That's what the list looks like in the browser. In addition to unordered lists, we also have ordered lists. The list items in an ordered list are identifiable by sequential numerical values. Let's take a look at an example. Here we have the heading My Favorite Vacations, and underneath we have each list item. Attached to each list item is a number. And so this is an ordered list. Let's go ahead and create the ordered list in our HTML document. To begin, we'll start by entering a header, just like we did for our last list, which was the unordered list. So we'll start off with H3. Now to create the ordered list, we start with the open and close OL tag, which stands for ordered list. And in between these tags, just create an indent by pressing the tab key and start creating your list items. And that's what the list looks like. Notice we don't have to specify the actual value attached to each list item. That will be created automatically, starting with from lowest to highest. So let's go ahead and save this file and preview what the list looks like in our web browser. So there it is. We have the header and each list item with the sequential numerical value attached next to it. So far, we've worked quite a bit with text data. Our next objective is to insert some images into our document. We've included 4 images in the downloads file pertaining to this lecture. You can use these images or your own set of images. Regardless of which images you use, you must place them in the same folder as your HTML file. This is because we'll be using relative file referencing. We'll explain relative versus absolute file referencing in the next lecture. First, let's start with a heading, and we can place our images under this heading. With our heading created, let's create a paragraph so we have some spacing between our heading and the images that we're going to insert. I'll start by inserting the first image. This is done with the image tag. The image tag has several attributes. For the purpose of this lecture, we'll use the source attribute, which defines the location of the image. We'll also use the width and height attribute, which defines the size of the image. With our first image created, or inserted, let's insert the second image. I'll also specify the width and height of this image. And the third image. The image tag, as you can see, does not require a closing image tag. For the fourth image, we're going to insert an image from the internet. So for the source, we'll be using the URL of the image. This is called an absolute file reference because it includes the full path of the image. And once again, our next lecture is going to talk more about absolute and relative file referencing. So this is an image found on a Wikipedia page. And I'll just specify the width and height as well. Okay, and so we've inserted 4 images. 3 images have a relative file reference. They're located within the same directory as our HTML file. We've specified the width and height of each image. And for the last image, the source is an external web page. So we've included a URL of or a link to the image, and also the width and height as well. So let's go ahead and save this file and preview what it looks like in our web browser. So as you can see, we now have 4 images inserted into our document. To embed video in an HTML5 document, we can use the video element. Inside the element, we can set various attributes. First, we can set the width and height using fixed dimensions or percentage. In this example, we have the width set to 600 pixels. So you can see that the video width stays at 600 pixels regardless of the browser window size. If we set it to 100%, the video will take up the full content area of the web browser. We can use the controls attribute to specify if we want the user to be able to see the control menu. This includes the play button, the progress bar, the volume and full screen controller. If you do not want the controls, simply remove the controls attribute. And after saving the file, you can see that the controller is no longer there. Remember to add an autoplay attribute if you remove the controls. Otherwise, the video will not play automatically and your user will have no way to play the video. So I'll save the file and refresh, and you can see that the video now starts automatically. The autoplay attribute does not work in mobile devices like iPads and iPhones, so that is something to keep in mind. The video element requires that we specify the source of the video. We've included a demo video you can use in the downloads folder corresponding to this lesson. Just make sure that you place the video in the same directory that you've saved this HTML file into. The video is titled ya.mp4. Next to the source, we've specified the video type. And underneath the source tag, it's a good idea to notify the user if their browser does not support the video tag. That way they'll know to update their browser. And lastly, close the video tag. And so as you can see, it's fairly easy to work with this element. In this lesson, we'll explore absolute versus relative file referencing. The concept is best illustrated with an example. In our last exercise, we inserted a video into our HTML page. We did so using the video element, which required a source attribute. We've worked with the source attribute when inserting images as well. The source attribute requires that we specify the source location and name of the file we want to insert into our document. Since the files we've inserted to this point are in the same folder as the HTML file, we've only had to specify a file name. For example, ya.mp4. This is an example of relative file referencing. The path of the file is defined relative to its directory. Now say, for example, we wanted to insert an image into this document from an external source. For example, another website altogether. For that, we need to use absolute file referencing. An absolute file path requires that we include the complete address of the file as shown in this block of code that I'm about to insert. Here we've included a JPEG file from an external website, planwallpaper.com. The full URL to the file is required for the image to be displayed because it's from an external source. So now if I refresh the page, we can see that the image is outputted in our web browser. Here's the URL to the image, and you can see that it's displayed in the browser when we access it. And so that's all there is to it when it comes to relative versus absolute file referencing. In this lecture, we're going to explore link creation within our HTML document. We'll be creating both text links as well as image links. Let's start with adding a link on the images we inserted in the last lecture. We'll link each vacation picture to a relevant website. To do so, we'll be using the A tags. Add the following code around your first image. We'll start with the opening A tag, followed by the href attribute. And this attribute specifies where this image will link to. And we have to include the complete URL. In this case, we're going to have it linked to miami.com. Be very careful not to make any typos in the URL, otherwise the link will not work. And that's it for the first link. You'll notice that the closing A tag and the opening A tag do encompass the image tag and the image attributes. So the link must encompass the entire image, from the opening tags to the closing. And let's just go ahead and apply a few other links as well to the other images. Now I'll just copy and paste this code to save time, and I'll change the link source. And now that I have all my links created and attached to the images, I'll go ahead and save my file and preview this in the web browser to make sure that all the links do work. So right away when I hover my mouse over these images, I can tell that a link is attached to the image because the cursor changes. Let's just go ahead and click on each one to make sure that the links do work. So it appears that each link does work, and that's how you apply links to images. Now let's go ahead and create textual links. Now the process of adding links to text is identical, but first we have to create a few lines of text to apply links to. So let's go ahead and create a new paragraph. And then just type some text. Now I'll just indent this text. And now we can begin adding the text links. We'll use the same links that we used last time because we know they work. We can just copy and paste from the other links we created. Okay, so now that we have our links applied, we can go ahead and just save the file. We'll test one of them just to make sure it works. I'm sure you get the idea. So we can see our list there. And we'll just click on florida.com. And it does go to the miami.com website. Now, one thing you'll notice is when I clicked on the link, it opened the link in the same browser window as our original page. A lot of times what you might need to do is open the link in a new browser window. So then that way the original window doesn't close. And the viewer can very easily revert back to it. And in order to do that, we need to add a target attribute to our A tag. So the target attribute looks like this. And to specify that we want this page to open in a new browser window, you put an underscore and type blank within the quotations. And that'll open in a new blank window. That's what that means. So just copy and paste that attribute into the other links. And then save your file and preview it in the browser. Okay, so now we can see that the link opens in a separate browser window. And it's a lot more convenient to switch back to our original page without having to press the back button. And it looks like each one is working and opening in a separate browser window. In the previous lecture, we explored adding links that take you to different web pages. Now we're going to work with anchor tags. Anchor tags allow us to link to a specific area of content on our existing page. Let's take a look at an example. On this page, you'll notice we have a table of contents at the top of the page that lists 5 articles. Article 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The idea is to have these items linked to their corresponding article on the same page. So if I click on Article 3, for example, you'll notice that the page navigates to the beginning of the 3rd article in our content area. And the same goes for Article 4, and so on and so forth. In order to make this work, we need to set up an anchor that will instruct a text link on the position of the article that corresponds to the link. We've included a file called anchors.html in the downloads folder corresponding to this lecture. You'll need to open this file in your text editor in order to follow along with this tutorial. So here we have the source code for the file. And in order to make this work, we'll have to go ahead and add a few anchors on all 5 article headings. To add the anchor, locate the article heading and insert the following code. You'll notice that we're using the A tag with an ID attribute. Later on in this tutorial, we're going to link to each one of these anchors from our table of contents. So once you've inserted your first named anchor, you'll need to insert the others in front of the other article headings. So just copy this block of code and paste it in front of each article heading. Remember to make sure you change the number of the article so it corresponds to the correct article heading. Now that we've inserted the named anchors, we'll need to link to them from our table of contents. So let's scroll up to the table of contents and add the following code around each article heading. You'll notice we're using the A tags with the href attribute. One difference is that we have a number sign in front of the link. The number sign instructs the browser not to divert the user to a new web page when the link is clicked. When the number sign is followed by an anchor name, the page will notice search for the anchor name on the existing page. It will then retrieve the content that is defined by the anchor position. So again, let's copy this block of code and create our links for the additional article headings. Once again, remember to change the number so it corresponds to the correct article heading. So once you've added all your links, save the file and preview the page in your web browser to make sure that everything works. So now we can see that each item in the table of contents does have a link attached to it, and let's just confirm that it does work. So Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, 4, and 5. In this lecture, we're going to be creating tables using HTML. When it comes to building web pages, it's very important to have a solid understanding of table structures. Tables allow us to organize data and content in an organized way. Table data is structured in the form of rows and columns. The intersection of a row with a column forms a table cell. The individual cells contain the actual data. Data can be in the form of text, images, or even video content. This example illustrates the structure of a basic table used to record the findings of a survey that asked respondents to list their favorite sport. Here we have a table with 2 columns and 9 rows, which gives us 18 individual cells. Let's start off by creating this table in a standard HTML5 document. For this, you'll need to open your text editor, and we'll also need to set up the basic HTML page structure as we learned in earlier lessons. Once you have the basic HTML page structure created, go ahead and save your file anywhere on your computer. You can save the file as tables.html. Make sure to put the HTML extension at the end. So by now this should all look familiar, and as you probably guessed, the code block for our table will be inserted between the body, the open and closed body tags. We'll begin by adding our open and close table tags. The table tag also has several attributes. First, we can specify the width of the table. For now, we'll put the width as 100%. We'll come back to the width attribute once we have our table created, because there are different ways the width can be stated. Next, we can set a border for our table. Let's set the border to 1 pixel. And you can increase this value for a thicker border, or you can put 0 for no border. We can also put a border color attribute. And we'll set that to blue. Next, we can specify the cell spacing and cell padding attributes. This illustration provides a visual illustration of what each of these mean. The cell padding will define the amount of space around the cell contents. The cell spacing, on the other hand, will determine the amount of space between each cell in your table. And the unit of measurement for cell spacing and cell padding is also a pixel. Once we've defined these attributes, we can start adding rows and columns. Each row is defined by an open and close TR tag for table row. So I'll create one row to begin with. And inside each row, I can create any number of columns. So our table had 2 columns, and a column is represented by the open and close TD tag. You can insert your content inside the open and close TD tag. So the first part of our table was the headings. So that's what the first row would look like. Now I'll insert the second row. And again, each row had 2 columns. Just enter some data inside these columns. Made a mistake there. Okay, so remember, the first column was the sport, and we'll put the sport label in each of the first columns, and then the response in each of the second columns. I'm just copying and pasting. I'm just changing the sport labels, and also the data. And there it is. That's all the rows and columns for this particular table. So with the table created, let's save this file and preview it in our web browser to see the final result. And that's what the table looks like. One thing you may have noticed is the table is the full width of the browser's content area. And this is because we specified a table width of 100%. You'll notice that if we change the size of the browser window, that the table expands and contracts and always maintains 100% of the browser window. Now let's see what would happen if I change the width to 50%. So I'll go back to the source code and just change the width to 50%. And then refresh the page. Now we can see that the table always maintains 50% of the browser's content area. Okay, so with the percentage-based width, the table will always expand and contract to maintain that percentage, the specified percentage of the browser's content area. But what if we wanted the table to be a fixed width so it doesn't expand or contract with the browser window? For that, we would need to change the width from a percentage to a fixed value. So let's go ahead and change from 50% to 500. Now, if you don't specify a percentage, that converts the table width into a pixel-based table width. So 500 pixels will be the new width of this table. So we're going to save the file, and I'm just going to reload the web browser. And now you'll notice that no matter how big or small the browser window is, the table always stays at 500 pixels. In the last lecture, we explored how to create a basic table. Now we'll see how the table width behaves when one table is nested into another table cell. If a table is placed within another table, it's referred to as a nested table. The table containing the nested table is referred to as the parent table. Let's start by creating another table in our existing document that has one row and one column. We'll start with the open table tag, and we'll set the width to 100% to begin with. We'll apply a 1 pixel border, and we'll set the border color to red so we can distinguish our parent table from the nested table. We'll close our open table tag. And now we'll create the single row and the single column. So now that we have that table created, we want to nest our original table into our newly created parent table. So we have to do this very carefully. We need to copy this entire block of code from the close table tag right up to the open table tag on our original table. We're going to right click and cut this block of code and paste it inside within the TD tags on our new table. So right click and paste. And I'm just going to do a little bit of formatting so it helps us stay organized. Just highlight all the table rows and columns. You can, if you position your cursor here and hold the Shift key and click at the end of the area you want to highlight, it highlights the entire block of code, and then you can just indent by using the Tab key. Okay, so that just helps us stay a little bit more organized. Before we go any further, let's save our file and preview this in our browser to make sure that everything is working correctly. And so now we can see the parent table identified by the red border and the nested table with the blue border. So currently, our parent table is 100% and our nested table is 500 pixels. So for that reason, the parent table is taking up the full width of the content area of our browser, and the nested table is a fixed value at 500 pixels. Now let's try a couple of different scenarios to see what happens when we adjust the width of the nested table relevant to the parent. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is we'll change the width of the nested table to 50% rather than 500 pixels. Now save your changes and refresh the browser window. Now we can see as we expand and contract the browser window, our nested table is always occupying 50% of the parent table. Okay, I'll change the width of the parent table to 80%. And press refresh. And now the parent table is 80% of the content area of the browser window. And the nested table is 50% of the parent table. So it's a little bit confusing, but with a bit of practice, you'll get the hang of it. You'll notice that as we expand and contract the browser window, the nested table always stays at 50% of the parent table's width. Okay, this time we'll make the parent table 600 pixels and the nested table 100%. So this time the parent table is a fixed 600 pixels and the nested table is 100% of the 600 pixels. So as you can see, the width settings of the nested and parent table will affect the way the table is displayed in your browser. Oftentimes when working with tables, it's necessary to combine two columns into one. For example, on this table, the first row contains a heading, My Expenses. Since we don't need two columns in this row, let's go ahead and merge them. To do so, remove the second column in the first row. So here's our first row, the open and close TR tag. Inside we have two columns. I'm going to remove the second column, and next we need to add the col span attribute to the first column and set the value to 2. The col span attribute defines the number of columns a cell should span. So I'll save the file and refresh. And as you can see, we've now merged the two columns in the first row. In certain cases, we may want to prevent text from wrapping onto multiple lines if there's not enough space in a cell to accommodate it in one line. To do this, we can attach a no wrap attribute to the table column. To illustrate how this works, I'll need to enter a block of text into any one of our rows. I'll insert it into the first column. Now with the text inserted and the file saved, I'm going to refresh the page. You can see that the text is automatically forced onto the next line at the end of the row. Now if we add the no wrap attribute, so this is the column that contains the text, and I'm going to add a no wrap attribute. When I save the page and refresh, you can see that the text now appears on a single line. And there's going to be a bit of scrolling because it's a fairly long block of text. The table is automatically expanded to accommodate the entire block of text. We can use the background attribute to apply a background image to a table. For the purpose of this example, this is the image that we'll be using as the background. The image is called tablebg.jpg, and it can be found in your downloads folder. Make sure you place the image in the same folder as your HTML file so we can use a relative file path. Now apply the background attribute to the table element and set it equal to the image. Now save the file and refresh. You can see that this image has now been applied as the background to the table. We can also apply the background attribute to just the table rows, and similarly to just the table columns as well. We can align the contents of a table cell using the TD align attribute. For example, we'll place the attribute in the columns holding the values 100 to right align the text. So we can see that the values now shift to the right side of the column. The TD align attribute can also be set to left, center, and justify. In this section of the course, we're going to be creating an input form using HTML. A form is used to gather input from your user. Forms are the most common method of data collection from website visitors. The data that is inputted into the form can be stored into a database or submitted to an email address. Keep in mind that in order for a form to work and transmit data, we need to use a programming language that communicates with our web server. Later in this course, we'll be exploring PHP and working more with data processing. For now, in the HTML section of this course, we'll only be creating the front end of the form. This is what the user sees through their web browser. Let's take a look at an example of a basic contact form on the web. On this form, the user is able to submit an inquiry directly to the website's support staff by completing the required fields, for example, name, email, subject, and message. If we try to submit the form without filling in any information, we can see a number of errors appear. This is known as form validation. Now let's explore how a form is processed once the user clicks the send button. First, the user completes the form and fills out all the form fields. Next, the data is transmitted to a PHP script which validates the form. Validation includes checking to make sure the data is accurate to a certain degree. Data validation is very important and can be done in client-side programming languages such as JavaScript, and also in server-side languages such as PHP. It's recommended that both are implemented. Keep in mind that users can disable client-side validation by adjusting settings in their web browser. Server-side validation, on the other hand, cannot be avoided. We'll be working with both types of validation techniques later in this course. Examples of data validation types include checking email address formats, checking the length of data typed into a field. For example, a minimum amount of characters or a maximum amount of characters must be met in order for form submission. or perhaps checking the format of a phone number. This is not an exhaustive list, and there are many different ways data can be validated. Once the data is validated, the data is processed. The data can be inputted into a database, it can be transmitted to an email address, or some other form of data processing. On the other hand, if validation fails, the user is typically sent back to the contact form page so corrections can be made. As a reminder, we'll be working with form data processing later in this course. For now, we'll begin with developing just the front end of the form using HTML. In this lecture, we'll be creating an HTML form. This is a sample of the form we'll be creating. It's an employment application form. It asks the user for some personal information. The form consists of text fields, select menus, checkboxes, radio buttons, text areas, and a submit and reset button. The form inputs and input labels are organized into a table. So let's get started. You'll need to open the form.html file in the Downloads folder corresponding to this lecture. With the form.html file open, you'll notice that the basic page structure is already set up. The HTML code also contains a table with 2 columns and 9 rows in the body. We'll use this table for our form fields. Let's preview the file just to make sure our table is visible and there are no errors in the code. This is what your page should look like initially. Just an empty table with our 2 columns and 9 rows. The first thing we need to do to create our form is insert our open and close form tags. These tags will contain all the HTML code pertaining to our form fields, such as text inputs, select menus, submission buttons, and other form elements. It's very important to create the form tags first, otherwise the form will not work. The form tags must encompass the entire table because all our form fields will be contained within the table. The form tag also has important attributes that we must define. First, it's a good practice to name the form, so that if you create multiple forms on the same page, each can be distinguished from one another. We'll name this form Employment. Next, we need to instruct our browser on where to send this form data upon submission. This is known as the form action. In our case, we'll be sending the data to a PHP script, which will instruct our web server on how the data should be processed. For the form action, let's type in send.php. We will create send.php in the PHP section of this course. In addition to the action attribute, we must also specify a method of data transmission. A form method tells the browser to submit the data through the post or get command. For now, we'll define the method as post. We'll explore both these methods in more detail in the next lecture. In this lesson, we'll conduct a quick overview of the difference between the post and get method of transmitting form data. This topic will be explained in much more detail in the PHP section of the course. As we mentioned earlier in the course, the HTTP protocol facilitates communication between our web browser and server. There are two types of methods that can be used to transmit data between a client and a server. This includes the GET and POST method. The GET method requests data from a specified resource. The POST method submits data to be processed to a specified resource. When using the GET method, the name and value pairs from the form fields are sent in the URL string, as shown in this example. Here, we can see the values contained in the fname and lname field are attached to the end of the file name of our form action, send.php. The POST method, on the other hand, sends the name and value pairs in the HTTP message body, as shown in this example. Both the POST and GET method have unique properties that are specific to each one. We'll start with the GET method. GET requests can be cached, they remain in the browser history, they should only be used to retrieve data, they have length restrictions, they should never be used when transmitting sensitive data such as passwords, and they can be bookmarked. The POST method, on the other hand, has no restrictions on data length, cannot be bookmarked, does not remain in browser history, and the requests are never cached. With our form created, we can now start inserting our input fields. Let's start by entering our form heading, followed by our form labels for the two input fields. In the first row and first column, we'll enter employment application. In the second row and first column, we'll enter the label for the first input field, first name. And in the third row of the first column, last name. With the labels entered, we can now start putting in our fields. The first name field will require a basic text input field. The HTML code for an input field is as follows. It does require a closing tag. The input field also allows different attributes. First, we need to assign a name. This will be important later in the course when we make this script functional and transmit the data to our PHP script. Your name should correspond to the field label. So we'll just abbreviate first name and we'll call it fname. Try to avoid capital letters, special characters in the name, because that will cause complications later on when we attach this form to our PHP script and retrieve the data from these form fields. So just keep the names lowercase and as simple as possible. Next, we can assign a max length attribute to make sure the user cannot type in more than a certain amount of characters. So for example, say most first names wouldn't exceed 50 characters. So that's how we would prevent more than 50 characters from being typed into the input field. And that's it for the first text input. Now let's copy this block of code and paste it into this column for the last name. So we'll change the name to lname. And that's it. Let's go ahead and save the file and make sure that our first two form fields are visible. So that's what that should look like up to this point. We have the form labels, first name and last name. We have the title of the form, employment application. And we have our first two text input fields. For the position, we'll need to allow the user to select from a menu of different options. As you can see here, the drop-down menu has 4 options that the user can select from: accountant, receptionist, administrator, and supervisor. Let's start with entering our input label. So this is in the third row, first column, and in the third row, second column, we can create our select field. And to do that, we'll be using the select tags. I'll just do a bit of formatting. We need to give our select tags a name, just like we did for the input fields. This attribute is important. We'll call it position. Now we can create our select menu options. Each option should be contained within an option tag. So let's go ahead and create 4 options, just the tags for now. And I'll just copy and paste that 3 more times. Now with our option tags created, let's enter the option that the user will see in the drop-down menu. The option tag also requires a value attribute. This attribute identifies the value that will be attached to each option. Let's say, for example, that the user's inputs will be stored into a database that only allows 2 characters to identify which option the user selected. In this case, the user will see the option headings in full: accountant, receptionist, administrator, and supervisor, but the values that get passed onto the PHP script will only be the first 2 letters of each option. So to set the value attribute, we just type in value equals, and because the database can only store 2 characters, we'll use the first 2 characters of each option. And that completes the first select menu. We'll create the second one in the same way. So here's our next table row. We'll insert the field label, which is experience level. And we'll copy this select menu and paste it into this column. We'll call this experience, and we'll just change the options. And it looks like we don't need the fourth option, so I'll just go ahead and delete that. And we'll also change the values that get submitted to our PHP script. So entry level, and very experienced. Let's go ahead and save our file and preview it in our web browser. So that's what we have so far. There's the first select menu we created, and here's the second. Next, we need to allow the user to indicate the job type they are searching for. Whether it's full-time, part-time, contract, or a combination of each. To do this, we'll be using checkboxes. To create a checkbox, let's go ahead and type the following code. Again, we'll start by entering our label. The checkbox is an input, but for type, we have to specify checkbox. We need to give this input a name, just like all the other inputs we've worked with. And we'll call it FT, short for full-time. Now we'll close the input tag. And we'll just put full-time text next to the checkbox, so the user knows which option they're selecting. And that's all there is to it. We just need 2 more of these, because we have 3 checkboxes, so I'll just copy that entire block of code. I'll rename this to PT, change the label to part-time, and 1 more. This is CT for contract. So that's it for job type. Next, we'll do employment status. And employment status, the inputs are different than job type in that they're radio buttons. The key difference between checkboxes and radio buttons is that checkboxes allow you to check off multiple options. With the radio button, we only want the user to be able to select one option. So let's go ahead and enter our label, which is employment status. And then inside of our column, we'll create an input. This time the type will specify radio. The name, we'll call it E-status, short for employment status. and the value. This is the value that will be submitted to our PHP script. Then we'll close the input and we'll just put the text employed next to our radio button. So once again, the user does know which option they're selecting. So copy this block of code, and we need to create two other options. Unemployed and student. You'll notice for checkboxes, we gave each checkbox a unique name. For radio buttons, we give all three radio buttons the same name, and this is known as a radio group, a radio button group. It makes sure that the user can only select one radio button out of that group. So now that we have our checkboxes and radio buttons created, we can save the file and preview it in our web browser. So that's what your form should look like up until this point. The last input field we want to create is the text area. The text area is similar to the input field, but it allows much more text to be inputted and across multiple lines. So let's take a look at an example. You'll notice if I copy and paste this over and over again, the text area allows for scroll bars, and we can also expand it and contract it. This makes it much more convenient for the user when it comes to inputting large amounts of text. So before we create the text field, we'll start with our label, which is additional comments. And in the column next to it, we'll input the text area. So to do that, we'll create the text area tag. And we'll explain what the attributes mean in just a moment. The open text area tag does require a closing text area tag. So as you can see, it includes the name attribute, just like all the other fields we created. It also allows you to specify the width of the text area, which is represented by cols, and the height specified by the number of rows. In this case, our text area will be 5 rows in height. Beyond 5 rows of text, the scroll bars will be enabled automatically. So let's save our file and take a look. So this is our text area here. And you can see that the scroll bars do activate. Now the last part of this form that we want to create is the submit and reset button. The submit button will submit the form data to our send.php script or whichever file you've specified in the action attribute of your form. The reset button will empty the data inputted into the fields. And so that's how that works. So let's go ahead and create those two buttons. And we want to insert this in the second column on the 9th row, our last row. So the button is an input. We have to specify that the type, which is a submit button. We'll give it a name. We'll just call it submit. And a value. And then we just close the input. And we'll do the same for the reset button. I just capitalized the first letter. So let's go ahead and save the file and take a look at the entire form. Okay, so that's the entire form. You'll see we have the two text inputs. Our select menus are working. Our checkboxes. And the radio buttons, text area. And let's just test our reset button. So that works. Now the submit button will not work because we have not created the send.php file. Okay, that's the file that all this data will be transmitted to. And then that PHP file instructs our web server on what to do with the data. Is it going to be sent to a database, to an email address, or some other form of processing? We'll learn how to do that in the PHP part of this course. In this lecture, we're going to explore working with iframes. An iframe is an HTML document embedded inside another HTML document. Iframes are commonly used to insert content from another source into a web page. For the purpose of this lesson, we want to build a page that allows users to conduct searches on multiple search engines from a single page, as shown in this example. Here, we can search both ask.com and bing.com search engines, and the search results will load in their corresponding iframe. To begin, you'll need to open your text editor and create a basic HTML page, as shown here. Once complete, save your page as iframes.html, anywhere on your computer. Next, we'll need to add our iframes into the page. An iframe can be added with the iframe tag. We'll add this tag into the body of our HTML document. This is the open iframe tag, and I'll also insert the close iframe tag. The iframe tag has different attributes we can apply. The first attribute is the iframe source. and that's the source of the web page that will be displayed within this iframe. Next, we can specify the width of the iframe. We'll use 100% as the width. And we can also specify a height. And for that, we'll use 400. Now, not all web browsers support iframes. So the next thing we want to do is we just want to include a line of code that will be displayed if the user's browser does not support iframes. So in this case, the user will know to either use a different browser or update their existing browser. So that's our first iframe. And we're going to copy this block of code and paste it. And this time just switch the iframe source attribute to bing.com, which is the other search engine we want to display. Now go ahead and save your file and preview this in your web browser. And as you can see, both pages, ask.com and bing.com, are displayed in this single HTML document and contained within an iframe. Now that you have a better understanding of HTML, it's a great time to practice by building a complete HTML page. In this project, we'll do just that. We'll employ all the knowledge we've gained to create the HTML homepage shown in this example. Before we get started on this project, it's important to understand a few things. This page will be built strictly in HTML to give you additional practice with coding. Since we have not yet covered CSS, the style of development we use to build this page will not be the most efficient. For example, we'll be using inline style formatting, which is considered outdated. In the CSS portion of this course, we'll create much more effective page layouts that are responsive with mobile devices. Using only HTML, we're limited in certain respects when it comes to the format and layout of our page. Without CSS, we'll need to insert all our objects inside table rows and columns. As we've mentioned earlier, using tables as layout containers has become a thing of the past. Though do keep in mind that understanding how to work with tables is still important when working with tabular data. Aside from that, we'll be employing many useful skills that will carry forward, such as object insertion, text formatting, form development, and basic styling. The first section of this page we'll build is the header, which contains the navigation labels. To get started, create a new file and save the file on your computer. You can name the file whatever you like. Also create your basic HTML page structure as shown here. Since this entire header is nested inside of a table, that's the first thing we'll create. So start by creating a table. And I'll go over this in just a second. I've created a table here, and the width is 100%, so it'll expand and contract with the web browser. The height is 60 pixels, 0 border, cell spacing of 5, and cell padding of 5 as well. Give it a background color of black, and so that's the hex code for black. Inside this table, create a single table row. Inside this row, create a single table column. and give it a line attribute set to left. So anything contained in this column will be aligned to the left. Okay, so we have a table created with one row and one column. Inside this table, we're going to create a nested table. So this nested table will have a fixed width of 547 pixels, border of 0, a center alignment because we want all the links aligned in the middle, and a cell padding and spacing of 1. Now each link will need to be situated inside its own column. So we'll have to create 5 columns inside this table. Here's the first column. It has a width of 96 pixels. We've also created a font attribute and set the face to Verdana, Geneva, and sans serif. The color of the text will be white. And we've placed the link label inside an H3 element. So it gives it a slightly larger font size. And then we close the font tag and close the TD, the column tag. Now you'll need to do this for all the remaining link labels. So it's the same code. The only difference is that the width for each column is slightly different because some labels are longer than others. And of course the label is also different for each item. Okay, and that's how that first section was created. So you can see it's fairly simple. With our header created, the next item we want to create is the callout bar. And that contains our website name and also a phone number where we can be reached. This entire section is contained within a table as well. And the text items are contained in a nested table with 2 columns. So let's go ahead and get started. Beneath our first table, I'm going to create another table. So just like the first table, I've given this table a width of 100%, so it expands and contracts with the web browser, a height of 150 pixels, border of 0, cell spacing and cell padding of 5, and the background color is a light gray color, and that's the hex code for the light gray color. Next, we'll need to create a table row. And inside this table row, we'll create a single table column. And we'll align the text inside this column. We'll give it a center alignment. Okay, so we have our table created. You can see the light gray background. And this table has 1 row and 1 column. Inside this column, we're going to nest the table that contains our text. So remember, the nested table will have 2 columns. So I've given this a table a width of 708 pixels, border of 0, cell spacing and cell padding of 1. Next, we'll create a table row. And inside this table row, we'll need to create 2 columns. One column will contain my business website, and the second will contain the call us today and then the phone number. So this is the syntax for the first column. So the column has a width of 338 pixels, text alignment of left. We've attached a font attribute. So there's really nothing new going on there. We've also added strong tags around the My Business text. So it gives it that bold look. And create a break, and then the website text, and then we've closed off the column. Now we'll create the second column, which contains the phone number. And it's almost the same thing. So it's a column, just the width is slightly different. It's a bit smaller. This time the text is aligned to the right. As you can see, its alignment is to the right here. Now we've attached a font attribute, made the call us today text bold, and then the phone number. So there it is. With our callout bar created, the next thing we'll do is insert the table that contains our main image. We'll create this table under our callout table. Inside this table, create a table row. And inside the table row, create a table column. Give this column an alignment attribute set to center because we want the image to be in the center of the column. And inside this column, create a nested table. Then create a table row. And insert the column that contains the image. Now this image can be found in your downloads folder. So you can use this image or you can use another image of your choosing. So you can see we've given this column a center alignment attribute. We've inserted the image with a source attribute set to the image name. And remember to keep this image in the same folder that your HTML page is stored in, and then set the width and height of the image as well. Now press refresh, and you can see that the image is inserted. So with our image inserted, the next thing to do is create the table that contains this bit of text here. We'll create this table underneath our last table. Then create a table row. Now create a table column. I've set this the column, the height to 72 pixels, horizontal alignment to center, and vertical alignment to top. That means the text will start at the top of the column. Now we'll create a nested table inside the column and a table row. And then the column that will contain the actual text. Okay, so this column has a width of 726 pixels, alignment of center. We've attached a font attribute to style the text. And that's it. Just close the font tag and also close the column and refresh the page. The next thing to do here is to create this Contact Us Today link and also the form to register for the newsletter. So we'll go ahead and do that. So again, we'll start by creating a table to contain those sections. Next, create a table row. And inside this table row, create a table column. This column, give it a height of 72 pixels, alignment of center, and vertical alignment of top. And this is what's going to hold the Contact Us Today button. Inside this column, create a table. So this table contains the orange background color that you see here. So this here is the hex code for that color. And we've also set a width of 313 pixels, cell spacing and padding of 3. I'll create a table row. And now create the column that holds the Contact Us Today text. And we've given this column a width of 301 pixels, center alignment, a no wrap attribute, font color white, size 5, and font face. We've also attached a link. Now the link is just a number sign because we don't want it to actually go anywhere. And so make sure you do attach the link using the A element in the href attribute surrounding the Contact Us Today text. I'll refresh the page so we can see that the button is now there and the link is active. Now we'll need to create another table row inside this table. Now create a table column. Give this column a height of 72 pixels as well, alignment of center, and vertical alignment of top. Inside this column, we're going to have our heading for the form element, register for our newsletter. And underneath the heading, we're going to have the actual form. So we've given the form the name contact, method post action send.php. This will not work until we actually create the send.php file. And again, we're going to be covering that in the PHP section of this course if you are taking this as part of the Web Development Masterclass. We've created an input, a text input, and we've named it email. And we've created a submit button as well. And that's it. So if we press refresh, we now have our text heading and the form element with the button. So the next thing we want to do here is create this table. And the table has 3 columns and 2 rows. In the first row, we have the headings. In the second row, we have some sample text and also an unordered list. So we'll go ahead and create that now. We'll create this table underneath our last. So we'll start with the table tag. Create a table row. Now create a table column. Inside this table, create a nested table. Now create another table row. This row will contain our headings. And also just note that each heading is in its own column. So here we have each column. And each column, the first 2 columns have a width of 268 pixels. The third one has 290. We've attached a font attribute, and we've also made the text bold. And the remaining columns are almost identical. The only thing that's different is the actual heading. So we have About Us, Our Vision, and Services. Now we'll need to create the second row, which contains all this text. So we'll create the first column inside this row, and then the second. And now the third column, which contains the list, the unordered list. And so that's it. Once we have those columns inserted, we can refresh the page, and we can see that everything is as it should be. The only thing that remains now is the footer. The last part of this page we need to create is the footer. And the footer again contains the navigation labels and also a copyright line. So again, we'll need to create a table at the end of our last one. And this table has a background color of black. That's the hex code for black. Now insert a table row. And inside this table row, insert a column. Now just go ahead and insert the content inside this column. And so we've attached the font attribute. We've inserted the labels. So home, about, services, clients, and contact. And right underneath that, after our break, we've inserted the copyright line. And so that's it. I'll save this file and refresh. And we can see the footer is now there. And I'll expand the page. And you can see that the entire page has now come together. An important concept to understand before moving into JavaScript and jQuery is the Document Object Model, or the DOM. The DOM is best defined as a tree of objects created by your web browser when the web page loads. Your web browser uses the DOM to interpret the page and display its contents. Let's take a look at the model illustrated as a flowchart. At the top of the model hierarchy, we have our actual HTML document. For example, index.html or main.html, whatever the case may be. Inside our HTML document, we have our root element, which is the HTML open tag. Inside the root element, we have several other elements, for example, the head tag and title tag. The root element also holds the body element, which can contain links, paragraphs, headings, divs, and just about any other element we can use to develop the content of our page. Each of these elements can have text content and attributes. For example, the A element contains an href attribute, which contains a textual link. The DOM is important to understand because it allows the elements on a web page to be dynamically changed or updated using JavaScript or the jQuery library. This means we can change HTML elements, attributes, and CSS styles when different events are triggered. For example, if a button is clicked or a page is loaded, just to name a few. We can specify which elements to update or change on an event using three methods. First, we can use the tag name. Say, for example, we wanted to change all the text contained within h1 tags to red. In this case, we would specify the h1 tags in our JavaScript. If we wanted to change a specific element, we can refer to it using an ID. For example, we can assign the ID equals text to a paragraph element. So PID equals text. We can then modify the element or any of its attributes using JavaScript. Thirdly, and similar to the ID method, we can also refer to an element by assigning it a class. For example, if we wanted to modify a list element, a specific list element, we could attach the class bullet1, for example. And we could change it using JavaScript as well. In the next lesson, we'll take a look at a few examples of how we can change elements inside the document object model. In this lesson, we'll take a look at a basic example of DOM manipulation using JavaScript. In the JavaScript portion of this course, we'll cover many more methods. Here, we have a basic HTML document. Inside the body tag, we have a JavaScript function named changeText. This function will change any text contained within an element to the words new text. Outside of our script, we have an h1 tag with an onClick event attached to it. The onClick event will execute the changeText function. This means that the text inside the h1 element, click here, will change to the words new text, as defined in our function. Let's take a look at this in our web browser to confirm it works. You can see that when I click on the words click here, it changes to new text. And so we've manipulated the document object model. So far, we've worked with HTML and CSS. We know that both these programming languages instruct our web browser on how our web page should be displayed. We also learned that HTML and CSS are static languages that do not interact with users. In this section of the course, we'll be exploring a very powerful client-side programming language known as JavaScript. When we say client-side, it means the language communicates with our web browser to allow user-to-web page interactivity. Client-side languages differ from server-side languages such as PHP, which we'll cover later on. Server-side languages communicate not with a web browser, but with a web server. JavaScript can be used to implement many different types of interactive features on a web page. Let's take a look at some examples of JavaScript functions that interact with users. This JavaScript code calculates the amount of characters a user has typed into a text area. Once you type in the line of text and press the Calculate Characters button, you'll see that this line of text has 23 characters. This JavaScript code displays an error message if more than 10 words were typed into a text area. This is the pop-up alert that appears if more than 10 words are typed in. This JavaScript code validates a form to make sure that the required fields were completed. I've purposely put an incorrect email address and left the other fields blank. These fields are required. So once we click Submit, we receive an error message saying that some of the required fields were not completed. This is done using JavaScript validation. We'll explore much more advanced validation techniques than this. This is just a basic example. This JavaScript code ensures a user agrees to the terms and conditions of a web page in order to submit a form. If I do not check off this checkbox here, you'll notice I get a pop-up message saying that we must check the box to continue. And again, this is another JavaScript function. This is a slightly more advanced script. It's a tic-tac-toe game. And the purpose is to line up the X's or O's all in one straight line, diagonally, horizontally, or vertically. And so you can see if you lose, a pop-up message appears indicating that the game is over and you've lost. These are just a few basic examples of what JavaScript can be used for. JavaScript does have some limitations. We've already touched on one in that it cannot be used to communicate with a web server. JavaScript cannot be forced onto a user's web browser either. Remember, JavaScript is a client-side language, meaning if your user has turned off JavaScript support in their web browser, your script will not work. Also, if the user's web browser is outdated, it may not allow certain JavaScript functions to work correctly. Note that almost all modern web browsers support JavaScript by default when installed. Many people also confuse JavaScript with Java. Note that these are two languages and they are not the same. Java is a much more powerful and complex language in the same category as C and C++. JavaScript is an object-oriented language. This means that attributes of an object are contained within variables. For example, if we want to describe a person, we'll refer to this person as the object. We would typically use attributes such as name, height, weight, gender, and age. The values of these attributes will vary or differ from person to person. Another word for attributes is variables. These variables will contain the values for each person. As we progress through this section, you'll gain a better understanding of this concept and the importance of working with variables. Similar to CSS, JavaScript functions are most commonly placed in between the open and close head tags. The reason for this is because the head portion of an HTML page gets loaded before any other part of the HTML document. So if you were to put your JavaScript code right before the closing body tag, any JavaScript calls made to functions by your page as it loads will result in an error. Let's take a look at an example of a JavaScript function located in our head tag and called upon in our body. We won't get too much into the HTML here because by now most of this HTML code should look familiar. This JavaScript code will calculate your age in dog years. A year of a person's life is equivalent to 7 years of a dog's life. Let's preview this file before we take a look at the code. As you can see, we input our age in the first input field. I'll put 1 just for demonstration. Once we press calculate, the JavaScript function is called. It reads the value in the first input and multiplies it by 7. It places the result in the second input. In the code, we can see that the script for the JavaScript function is located in the head tag. The function itself is called cYears. This function takes the value of the form element my age and multiplies it by 7. The result is then displayed in the form element dog age. The entire function is activated when the user clicks the calculate button. This is when the JavaScript function is called. We can see an on-click event attached to the button. We'll explore different events later in this course. JavaScript can be inserted into a separate document and called when necessary. This is known as an external JavaScript file. You might recall we did the same with our external CSS file. Let's take the JavaScript function in our previous lesson and insert it into a new file. I'm going to copy out the entire function. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to create a new file and paste it. Now I'm going to save this file as dogage.js. JS stands for JavaScript. Now in the head tag, we need to call this script. And we'll do that by adding a source attribute to the script tag. Now we'll save this file, and I'll preview it in my browser just to make sure it works. We can see that the script is working, so we know that the JavaScript file was called successfully. There's a couple of advantages to using external JavaScript files. First, it makes the HTML code and JavaScript code easier to maintain. Cached JavaScript files also increase the speed at which the web page loads. There are different methods we can use for outputting data using JavaScript. The first we'll explore is the document.write method. Let's take a look at an example to see how this works. In this HTML page, we have a script that will display the result of a simple calculation using document.write. You can see here we have two values and we want to add them together, 5 plus 6. The result of this equation will be displayed in the content area of our web browser because we have attached the document.write function next to it. So here's the web browser, and we can see that the results are displayed beneath this line of text. So if we were to change the equation and save our file, it would update the value. And so it's that simple. That's how the document.write function works. Another method of outputting data is the window alert. This method will output the data in a pop-up message box. So let's replace the document.write with window.alert and see the difference. So now we can see that we get a pop-up message box with the value 13. The inner HTML function allows us to output data in an HTML element. For example, here we have a script that will calculate the results of a simple calculation, 6 plus 3. The script will display the result in the HTML element containing the ID math. That's what the getElementById function means. We've applied the ID to this paragraph tag. That means the results of the JavaScript output will be displayed here. We can see the results in our web browser. 9 is the result that is outputted once the JavaScript function computes 6 plus 3. We can update these values to output different results. When working with long, complex blocks of code, it's a good practice to leave comments that explain the function of the code. This helps you remember the purpose of the code and is especially useful if a third party will be working on the same script, such as another programmer or a team of programmers. JavaScript allows for single-line or multi-line comments. In this HTML file, we have a sample of both. The first is a single-line comment represented by the double slash. It's placed above an executable JavaScript function. This means the JavaScript function will still be executed. We can see the result in our web browser. The word test is outputted using the inner HTML function. In our next example, we've prevented a line of JavaScript code from executing by converting it into a comment. You can see that we've placed the double slash in front of the JavaScript code. So for this reason, the word paragraph is not outputted in our browser, despite using the inner HTML function. If we remove the comment, the code does execute. Lastly, we have an example of a multi-line comment, and these are best used for explanations of large code blocks. To create one, use the slash and asterisk combination. JavaScript constants are values that are fixed. For example, in this script, we're adding two values, 5 and 6, together and outputting the result in a paragraph with the ID math. The values that we're adding are fixed values, 5 and 6. The value of these numbers is not dependent on any other factor. The 5 will always be 5, and the 6 will always be 6, unless we change them in the script. Let's preview this file to see the result in our web browser. Here we can see the outputted result 11. Constants can be in the form of numbers, both whole and integer, or strings. Strings are written within double or single quotes. We'll go ahead and change one of these values to a string. Now when we save the file and reload our web browser, we can now see that my text is joined with the value 6. We touched on variables in the introduction of this course. Variables are a very important concept to understand when it comes to programming in any language, including JavaScript. Unlike JavaScript constants, variables are named containers that can store a single value or multiple values. These values can change based on user inputs or other factors. Let's take a look at a basic example of how variables can be used to store values. In this JavaScript code, we've declared 3 variables: variable x, y, and z. You can think of each variable as a container. The variables each contain their own value. The value of variable x is 10. The value of variable y is 15. The value of variable z is equal to the sum of variable x and y, which in this case would be 25, or 10 plus 15. Now let's output the value of c using the getElementById output method. We'll output the result in a paragraph with the ID demo. Now let's save our file and preview it in our web browser to see the results. Here we can see our heading, JavaScript variables, and our paragraph, working with variables. And underneath that, we can see the result has been outputted. So variable x has been added to variable y, and the result has been outputted to 25. In our example, the x, y, and z name we attach to the variable are known as variable identifiers. Each variable you declare must have a unique identifier. We used very short identifiers, but as we progress through the course, we will be using more descriptive identifiers. For example, color, shape, size, age, and weight. These would all be considered more descriptive. There are some general rules when selecting identifier names. Names can contain letters, digits, underscores, and dollar signs. Names must begin with a letter. Names are case sensitive. Reserved words, like JavaScript keywords, cannot be used as names. JavaScript variables can hold numbers like 100 or 10.5, or text values, for example, John Smith. Text values are known as text strings. Strings must be written in single or double quotes. Numbers can be written without quotes. If you put quotes around a number, it will be treated as a string. For the sake of this example, let's change our numerical value 15 to a text value. Now when we save our file and refresh our browser, we can see that the numerical value 10 stored within the x variable has been attached to the string contained within variable y. The output is contained within variable z, which equals x plus y. In JavaScript, the equal sign is an assignment operator. This sounds more confusing than it is. It just means that the value of the left operand is equal to the right operand. In the equation x equals y, the equal sign assigns the value of y to x. This is important because it allows us to compute values of two different data types, such as numbers and strings. Let's take a look at an example. In this JavaScript code, we're adding a numerical value with a text string. If we save the file and preview it in our web browser, we can see that the numerical value 30 is attached to the text string hats. Arithmetic operators are used to perform arithmetic on numbers, both constants and variables. This chart provides a quick overview of the different operators that can be used. Now let's go over some examples to see how each one works. We'll begin by adding two numerical values. In between our open and close script tags, we'll create a variable called x. The value of x will be 100 plus 50. Next, we'll create our getElementById, and the ID will be the word add. Now we'll go ahead and create the paragraph that'll contain the outputted value. Okay, now let's go ahead and save our file and preview it in our web browser. And we can see that we get the value 150, which is the correct value. Now let's go ahead and perform another calculation. This time we'll add two values and multiply the result by the value of another variable. So let's go ahead and define two variables. Variable a, which will equal 3. Variable b, which will equal 20 plus 30 multiplied by a. So in this case, it'll be multiplied by 3. Now we'll just create our output. We'll call the ID add2, and we'll display the result underneath our first calculation. And we'll save the file and refresh our web browser. So here we have, once again, 150 outputted. Okay, so that would be 20 plus 30, which is 50, multiplied by 3, which equates to 150. Okay, in this next example, we'll subtract two values. We'll call the variable c, and we'll do 100 minus 50. And this time we'll give it the ID sub, and we'll output the result at the bottom of our other two calculations. And there we have it. So that's how we multiply, add, and subtract. In this lesson, we'll explore a few other arithmetic operators. We'll begin with division. In this example, we'll divide two values together. We'll start by declaring a variable. We'll call it d. The value of d will be 100 divided by 50. Next, we'll set up our output. We'll call the ID div I. And we'll set up a paragraph in our body tag to display the output. And once we save our file, we'll go ahead and preview it in our web browser. And we can see that the correct value is outputted. Next, we'll increment the value of a variable. So to do that, for this example, we'll go ahead and declare a variable called x and give it the value of 5. Next, type in x plus plus and a semicolon. This will increment the value of x by 1. So if x equals 5, the next value up would be 6. We'll store the incremented value in a variable called z. And then we'll go ahead and set up our output. Now we'll go ahead and save the file and refresh our web browser, and we can see the value 6 outputted below our last calculation. We can also decrement the value of a variable. So instead of going up, this time we'll set up a calculation, an arithmetic that decreases the value of the variable. So instead of going from 5 to 6, we'll go from 5 to 4. We'll set up a new variable and we'll call this variable h. Next, type in h minus minus and the semicolon. We'll store the new value in a variable called k and set up our output. Now we'll save our file and refresh our web browser, and we can see that the value of k is outputted. Operator precedence determines the order in which operations are performed in an arithmetic expression. As in traditional school mathematics, the order of computations follows the following sequence: brackets, exponents, division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. To illustrate this example, let's take a look at a basic equation. Here, we have 50 plus 200 in brackets multiplied by 3. In this equation, 50 would be added to 200 first. The result would then be multiplied by 3. We'll go ahead and test this in our web browser, and we can see we get the correct result, 750. JavaScript variables can hold many data types, including numbers, strings, arrays, and objects. On this slide, we can see that the first variable, age, contains a single numerical value, 16. The second variable, last name, stores a string, Johnson. The variable cars stores multiple strings. This is known as an array. We'll explore arrays in more detail later in this course. The last variable, person, is an object. Object variables also store multiple values, but each value is relevant to an assigned property. For this reason, each name and value in an object is referred to as a single property. In this case, first name John is our first property of the object person. Don't worry if you find this confusing. We'll work with objects later in this course. In this lesson, we're going to explore JavaScript objects. To best illustrate how objects work, let's think of a real-life object, a car for example. A car has various properties like name, model, weight, and color. We can include the values for each of these properties inside a single JavaScript object. In this example, we've defined a variable named car. The car variable is an object and contains several properties, including type, model, and color. If we wanted to output the value of a single property inside this object, we can use our getElementById output method. We can type car.type to output the car type. Let's go ahead and test this file in our web browser and see what the output results in. Here we can see that the output is Acura, which correctly reflects the type of the car. Now, if we wanted to output the model, we simply need to update from car type to car model. We can save our file and refresh the page. And now we have the model outputted in our web browser. We can output multiple object property values in a single line of text as shown in this script. Here we have a variable object named person. This object has 4 different properties: first name, last name, age, and eye color. Using our getElementById output method, we can call multiple property values to form a sentence. Each value, in addition to the first one, can be added with a plus sign. The text strings in between the variable properties must be in quotes. This particular script will list the first property value, which is the first name. So for example, John has, and then the eye color property, so in this case blue. John has blue eyes. That will be the output in our web browser, and we can test that by launching this script in our web browser. And as you can see here, it outputs the correct sentence. We've worked a bit with JavaScript strings already. A string simply stores a series of characters. For example, John Smith. A string can be any text inside quotes. You can use both single and double quotes. Let's take a look at an example. In this script, we have 2 variables, student name 1 and student name 2. Each variable contains the full name of an individual. The first variable contains John Smith, and the second contains Roy Martin. As you can see, the first name is separated from the last name by a single space. The first variable is nested inside double quotes. The second is nested in single quotes. Both methods will work. We've outputted each string on an individual line, and we've separated each variable using the break tag. You might recall the break tag from the HTML section of this course. Let's take a look at what this script looks like in our web browser. Here we can see each variable outputted on its own line in our web browser. Now let's take a look at another example to illustrate the use of quotes inside of a string. We now have three variables: line 1, line 2, and line 3. In line 1, we use an apostrophe in the first word. This is acceptable in JavaScript. Variable line 2 and line 3 show the correct method of using quotes inside a string. You can use quotes as long as they don't match the quotes surrounding the string. So for variable line 2, we've used double quotes surrounding the string, and for that reason, single quotes around the name Xavier. On line 3, we've used single quotes surrounding the string, and for that reason we've had to use double quotes around the name Xavier. We'll save our file and preview it in our web browser, and we can see that everything works correctly. We can see the apostrophe in the first line. We can see our single quotes and our double quotes outputted from variable 2 and 3. We can determine the length of a string using the built-in property length. In this example script, we have a variable called txt, which contains all 26 letters of the alphabet. To output the length of this string, we can set our inner HTML property to txt.length. With your file saved, preview it in your web browser, and you can see that it outputs the length of the variable, 26. As we're aware, strings must be written within quotes. Let's see what happens when we create a variable and put quotes inside of the string. In this example, we've placed quotes around the word players in our sentence. If we go ahead and preview this file in our web browser, we can see here that the text does not output as it should. To eliminate this issue, we need to use the \escape character. We must put one before the initial quote and one over here. Now when we save the file and refresh our web browser, we can see that the sentence correctly displays with quotations around the word players. And that is how you deal with special characters that you have issues with in JavaScript output. We can use JavaScript functions to generate a random number. This can be done using the math.random function. This function will generate a number between 0 and 1. Let's take a look at how it works using this example script. Here, we're using the getElementById output method to output a random number. And there's the math.random function. Let's go ahead and save the file and preview it in our web browser. Here we can see a random number is generated. If we refresh the page, it'll generate different random numbers. The value is always between 0 and 1. We can use the math.min or math.max function to find the lowest or highest value in a list of arguments. This example script provides an illustration of how this works. Here, we have a list of numerical values. We can use the math.min function to locate and output the lowest value. In this case, the math.min function should output -150. Let's test this in our web browser to see if it works. We can see in our web browser that -150 is in fact outputted. But what if we wanted to see the maximum value listed in this sequence of numbers? In that case, all we have to do is update min to max, save the file, and refresh. Now we have the highest value in that list, 600. We can round decimal numbers to the nearest integer using the math.round function. In this example, we use the math.round function to round the value of 15.4 to the nearest integer. Since the value after the decimal is below 0.5, the number will be rounded to 15. We can test this in our web browser to confirm the results. This is the output in our web browser, and we can see that 15.4 has been rounded to 15. Now if we update the value to 15.6, the number will be rounded to 16. To specify whether the value should be rounded up or down, we can use the math.ceil or math.floor function. Let's go ahead and specify that we want 15.6 to be rounded down, so we'll change it to math.floor. After saving the file and refreshing the page, we can see that it now rounds down. If we wanted to round it up to 16, we can specify that by putting math.ceil. And once we refresh the web browser, we can see that the value has now been rounded up to 16. JavaScript arrays are used to store multiple values in a single variable. In this example, we've created an array variable called fruits and stored 6 values into it. Each value contains the name of a fruit. The 6 values we have are apple, orange, pear, grape, tangerine, and mango. In order to output a specific value in the array, we can refer to it using an index number. The index number starts with 0. The first item in the array is identified by the index number 0, in this case, apple. If the index number was 1, we would be referencing orange, and so on. Since we've used an index number of 0, when we preview this in our web browser, we'll see that the word apple is displayed. This is the first item in the array. If we change the index number to 3, we'll see that the word displayed in our web browser changes to grape. And that's how we reference individual items in the array. In the situation where we wanted to display the number of items in the array, so for example here we have 6 items, we can use the length property. We've used the length property before. And when we save the file and refresh the page, we can see that the number 6 has been outputted because there are 6 items in the array. There are many ways that the values in an array can be outputted. We can output each value in the array by using the toString method. To do so, simply type in toString and an open and close bracket. I'll save the file and we'll preview this in our web browser. And we can see here that each item in the array has been outputted. You'll also notice that each value is separated by a comma. If you want to specify the separator, use the join method. In this case, we'll specify that we want an asterisk as the separator. Keep in mind that the asterisk is contained within an open and closed quotation, and we've also included an individual space before and after the asterisk. So after you've saved your file, refresh your web browser, and you'll see that the separator has now changed. We can remove the last element of an array from being outputted by using the pop method. In this case, the last element is mango. This will no longer be presented in our output. As you can see in our web browser, mango is not outputted. In order to remove the first word instead, or the first element, we can use the shift method. Now when we save our file and refresh our web browser, you'll see that mango reappears, but apple has been removed. To add a new element to the end of an array, we can use the push method. In this case, we'll add the word cherry to the very end of our output. And you can see that we now have a new element that has been outputted. To add a new element to the beginning of an array, we can use the unshift method. We can see that the element cherry has now been added to the beginning of the array. Array elements can be changed using the index number. Let's change the first element of our array to kiwi. We'll start off with the name of the array, fruits, and then specify the index number corresponding to the value we want to amend. And that's it. Once we save our file, we can preview it in our web browser. And we can now see that the first value, apple, has been amended to kiwi. If we were to change the index number, let's say to 3, and save our file and refresh, we can see that grape has now changed to kiwi. We can also delete elements in an array using index numbers as well. Let's delete pair from our list of elements. Since pair would have the index number 2, we can type the following. We'll save our file. And in our web browser, we can now see that there is an empty space where pair would have appeared. The splice method can be used to add multiple new items to an array. This method also allows us to specify the position of the new elements and also if any elements should be removed. Let's go through an example to better illustrate this concept. Say we wanted to add 2 fruits, lemon and banana, after the second element in our array, which is orange. To do this, we can type the following. We start with the variable name, and then we create our splice method. The value 2 indicates that we want the new elements to start with an index number of 2. The 0 indicates that we do not want to remove any of the other elements in our array. Once we save our file and preview it in our web browser, we can see that lemon and banana have been added after orange. Lemon does have an index value of 2, so the output is correct. We can sort an array alphabetically using the sort method. This sample script includes an array variable named cars. There are 4 elements in the array: Volvo, Acura, Honda, and Lexus. Let's go ahead and add the sort method into the script to sort the elements alphabetically from A to Z. We start with the variable name, cars, and then enter the sort method. We'll save our file and preview it in our web browser to make sure it worked. We can see here that each array element is now sorted in alphabetical order. We can also reverse sort the elements in an array using the reverse method. To do so, simply type the following line of code into your script. Now when we refresh the page, you'll notice that each element item is in reverse order. We can join 2 arrays using the concat method. In this sample script, we have 2 arrays, one named girls and the other boys. The girls array has 4 elements: Julie, Samantha, Laura, and Jill. The boys array has 5 elements: Bob, Joe, Walt, Sam, and Fred. The third variable is named combined. This variable will store the element values of both arrays using the concat method. To output these values, we can use our getElementById output method. Let's go ahead and preview this file in our web browser to see what the output looks like. Here we can see that the elements of both arrays have been outputted as we intended. When programming in any language, it's very common to create logic that performs different actions based on one or more conditions. JavaScript has a variety of conditional statements that we'll explore in this lesson. we'll be exploring the if, else, and else if statements. These statements allow us to execute an action contained within a block of code if certain conditions are met. Let's take a look at how this works with a simple example. We'll create a script that converts a student's numerical test score into a letter grade. To keep it simple, we'll assume the test was out of 100 marks. First, we need to define the grading system. Let's say that a score of 0 to 49 equals an F. 50 to 69 equals a D. 70 to 79 equals a C. 80 to 89 equals a B. And 90 to 100 inclusive, equals an A. In order to do this, we need to start by creating our test score variable and assigning a value. We'll call the variable score. And we'll assign a value of 65 for now. Keep in mind that we'll make changes to this score to test our script later on. Next, we'll need to start with our first if statement. If the score is less than 50, we want to output an F. So start by typing if score is less than 50, we will output an F using the document.write method. If the score is greater than 50 but less than 70, we want to output a D. Since we're adding a condition to our original if statement, we must start this condition with the else if statement. I'll copy this else if statement because we're going to create a few others. So the next one we need is if the score is greater than 70 but less than 80, we want to output a C. This is for if the score is greater than 80 but less than 90, we'll output a B. And if the score is greater than 90 or equal to 100, we want to output an A. Now, the last thing we want to do is if the score is anything above 100, we need to display an error message indicating that the score must be less than 100 because the exam was out of 100 marks. For this, we'll use the else statement. The else statement instructs the script on what to do if none of the preceding conditions have been met. And now I'll go ahead and save this file and preview it in our web browser. So here we have D that has been outputted. because our current score, we've set it to 65. Now that is greater than 50 and less than 70. So if we were to change our score, let's go ahead and change the score to 81. And in this case, it correctly outputs a B, because that's over 80, but less than 90. Now let's see what will happen if we create a score above 100. Okay, so our else statement is working. The score must be less than 100. And so you can go ahead and play with that, but that's basically how the if, else if, and else statements work, also known as conditional statements. Comparison operators are used to compare the equality or difference between variables or values. There are several comparison operators that can be used in JavaScript. This chart provides an overview of each one. We'll go through a few of them to demonstrate how they work. In this test script, we've created a variable and assigned it a value of 6. We'll use the getElementById method to output a true or false result when using different comparison operators to compare our variable value with another value. Let's start with our equal to operator. Let's test to see if our variable value is equal to 8. We know that this is not the case, so our script should output the word false when we test it in our web browser. So I'll save this file and just test it in the browser. And we can see that it does in fact output the word false. If we were to change the value to 6, and refresh our web browser, the output is true because our variable value x is in fact equal to 6. We can use the not equal operator to see if our variable is not equal to 10, for example. This is the symbol for not equal. We'll update the 6 to 10. So we know that our variable value 6 is not equal to 10. So when we test this in our web browser, it should display true, which it does. Now if we were to change this to 6, it should display false because our variable value is in fact equal to 6. You can test out the remaining comparison operators and see what the outcome produces. The Boolean function can be used to find out if an expression or variable is true. As a general rule, everything with a real value is true. This includes both numerical and string data. Anything without a real value is false. Let's take a look at an example. In this script, we have 7 variables declared, b1 to b7. Each variable uses the Boolean function to test whether a specified value is true. Using the getElementById method, we can output the data. Let's take a look at this page in our web browser to see the results. We can see in our browser that all the numbers, including 80, 2.6, -10, are true. The same goes for variable b6, which contained the equation. The strings included in variable b4 and b5 are also true. The last variable, variable b7, which contained the value 0, is false. A for loop allows us to execute a block of code repeatedly. They come in handy if you want the same code to run over and over again each time with a different value. Let's take a look at an example to illustrate how for loops work. The objective of the for loop we create will be to output the values 0 to 10 on separate lines in our HTML document, as shown here. So let's go ahead and get started. The first thing we need to do is declare the variable that will contain our initial values. We'll call this variable count. Now we can create our for loop. To do so, type the following block of code. And that's it. In this block of code, we first established the for loop. Next, we've defined the parameters of the for loop. We've set the initial value for variable count to 0. We then instruct the script that the value should increment by 1 up to a maximum of 10. The document.write functions simply output each value in the loop separated by a line break. So let's go ahead and save this file and test it in our web browser to make sure it works. And we can see here that each value is outputted onto a separate line, just as we instructed it to do. Now let's see what would happen if we were to change the value of our count variable to a different value. I'll change it to 3, save the file, and refresh. Now we can see that our initial value starts at 3 and increments up to 10. We can increase our maximum value by changing 10 to 20, for example. And now it'll keep looping until it reaches 20 instead of 10. The JavaScript for in loop loops through the properties of an object. In this example script, we've created an object variable called person. The object contains 3 elements: fname, lname, and age. The for in loop will loop through each item of the object and output the data. Let's go ahead and test this in our web browser to see the result. We can see that each item in the object has been outputted: John Smith and 30. The while loop will loop through a block of code as long as a specified condition is met. Let's take a look at an example. We'll create a script that outputs the values of a variable as long as the value does not exceed 20. We will start by creating a variable to store our initial value. We'll call this variable I. We'll assign the value 0 to this variable. Now we can create our while loop. Here, we've instructed our script to output the value of I as long as the value does not exceed 20. The while loop will loop over and over 19 times in this case. Each time it will output the value of I started at 0 and incremented by 1. So let's go ahead and save this file and preview it in our web browser. So we can see that the value starts at 0, that's the initial value of I, and it's incremented by 1 up until 19. We can modify our script if we adjust our maximum value to 40. We can now see that it goes up to 39. We can also adjust the value of I if we wanted to start the incrementing at 5. And that is how the while loop works. The do-while loop is a variation of the while loop. A do-while loop will always execute the entire code block once before checking if a condition is met. If the condition is met after the first pass, it will then loop the code block as long as the condition remains true. Let's take a look at an example to illustrate this. On this HTML page, we have a JavaScript function that's executed when a button is clicked. We can see the onClick event in our button element that triggers the function named myFunction. The function in our JavaScript tag starts with defining a variable named I with an initial value of 0. Then we have the syntax for our do-while loop. This loop will start by outputting the value of I and incrementing it by 1. It will continue to loop and increment as long as the value of I is less than 10. We can see this condition defined in our while parameter. Let's click the button to see the result. We can see the loop starts at 0 because that's the initial value of I. The value of I is then incremented. It is incremented until the value of I reaches 9, which is less than 10. Now let's see what would happen if we were to change the initial value of I to 11. We can see that the output is now 11. This is because the loop executed once, but it does not execute again because this condition is no longer met after the first pass. We can use the JavaScript break and continue statements to either exit a loop or skip an iteration of a loop. Let's start with the break statement. In this example, we've declared a variable I. Next, we have a for loop that sets the initial value of I to 0 and defines our loop to execute as long as I remains under 10. So from 0 to 9. We then have an if statement that will stop the loop if the value of I hits 3. And that's what the break statement allows us to do. In our web browser, we can confirm that the loop did stop when I hits 3. You can see it, we only have the value 0, 1, and 2 outputted. If we replace the break statement with a continue statement, we can skip an iteration of the loop when the value is equal to 3. The loop will continue as normal after the skipped iteration. So you can see that we go to 0, 1, 2, 3 is skipped, and then the loop continues onward until the value 9. We can use JavaScript functions to create blocks of code that perform particular tasks when called upon. Let's take a look at an example to illustrate how functions work. Here in our script tags, we've defined a function called myFunction. This function has two parameters, A and B. You can call your function anything you like. The name can contain letters, digits, underscores, and $signs. The code to be executed inside the function is placed within a set of curly brackets. In this case, the function is meant to output the value of A multiplied by B. To do this, we use a return statement. It's important to note that a function will stop executing once it reaches the return statement. The values of A and B are contained in our inner HTML function, in this case 8 and 2. These values are known as arguments. They define the values of the parameters inside the function, in this case A and B. And you can see that we've referred back to the function name as well before inserting our arguments in the brackets. We can see in our web browser that the arithmetic was performed, as 8 times 2 is 16. One of the key benefits of functions is they can be used as many times as needed with different arguments to produce different results. For example, to multiply different values in place of 8 and 2, simply update the arguments. Now we're multiplying 6 and 5, and you can see that the output is correct, 30. We can use different types of events in our HTML document to execute JavaScript code. There are many different types of events, but some common events include mouse clicks, mouse overs, mouse out, key down, and document load. Let's take a look at a basic on-click event. In our sample HTML file, we have a button element that will display the time when clicked. In this case, the event is the click, and the function that is triggered is the date function. We've used the inner HTML statement to display the output. We can see in our web browser when I click the time button, the date is displayed, the date and time. We can change on-click to on-mouse over. And now the function will be triggered when I hover my mouse over the button. I don't need to click. If we change it to on-mouse out, the date will be displayed once my mouse is out of the button area. Now that we have a better understanding of how JavaScript works, it would be a good time to work on a couple of projects. First, we'll start with a simple script that changes the background color of a web page every time the page is refreshed. We can see the end result in this example. Every time I press the refresh button, you can see that the background color is changing. So let's go ahead and get started. The first thing you'll need to do is set up your basic HTML page structure and save the file on your computer. Next, create your script tags inside the body tags. Inside our script, we need to define a variable that stores all the possible background colors in an array. So here we have a variable called bgcolor, and it stores 8 values inside an array, and each value is a hex code representing a different color. You can use the same colors we've used or different colors if you like. Now we'll need to create the JavaScript statement that will randomly select one of the colors in our array and apply it as the background color each time the page is refreshed. So to do that, we've used the document body style property and set it to a randomized value in the bgcolor array index. The value of the index is derived by multiplying a random value between 0 and 1, and that's done using the math.random statement. We've multiplied it by the length of the array, which is 8. We then use the math.floor statement to round the value to the nearest whole number. So this gives us the value of our index number in the bgcolor array. And each time it's going to be different. So that means each time the background color will be different as well. And that's it for the script. Once you're done, just save the file and preview it in your web browser. Bootstrap is a framework that makes the web development process much more efficient. The framework includes HTML and CSS-based design templates for typography, forms, buttons, tables, navigation, modals, and image carousels. Bootstrap also includes optional JavaScript plugins. By now, you likely have a working knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You'd also likely agree that styling your web page components using CSS can sometimes be time-consuming, especially if you have a page or website with many elements. Furthermore, developing responsive websites from scratch that are cross-browser compatible is a fairly challenging task that requires a thorough understanding of CSS and hours of intense testing. While Bootstrap significantly reduces these challenges and streamlines the development process. By utilizing the framework, we can simply use the components that are built in. For the most part, the styling, responsiveness, and cross-browser testing have already been done by developers. Bootstrap is an open source software and is one of the most popular frameworks available. It is widely used for even the most complex web applications. Some of the benefits of using Bootstrap include ease of use. Anybody with a basic understanding of HTML and CSS can use Bootstrap. Responsive features. Bootstrap layouts adjust for optimal viewing on all devices, including phones, tables, and desktops. Cross-browser compatibility. Bootstrap is compatible with all modern browsers, including Chrome, Firefox, Internet Explorer, Safari, and Opera. We can include the Bootstrap framework on our web page by using the Bootstrap Content Delivery Network, or CDN. To do so, type the following in your head tag. The bootstrap.min.css file includes all the CSS components we will be using during this section of the course. We also need to include the jQuery library that will be used for some of the JavaScript plugins that we'll be using. Lastly, include the bootstrap.min.js file that contains the JavaScript plugins. And that's it. Now that we have the framework included in our web page, we can use all the CSS and JavaScript components that come built in. Bootstrap uses HTML and CSS elements that are specifically to be used with the HTML5 doc type. For this reason, it's important to specify the HTML5 doc type on the web page. As you can see, we've done that on line 1 of this sample page. It's also important to note that the Bootstrap 3 framework is a mobile-first framework. This means it is designed to be responsive to mobile devices. To ensure that your web page is rendered properly across all devices, make sure to include the following metadata in your head tag. In this meta tag, the width equals device width instructs the web page to follow the screen width of the device. The initial scale equals 1 ensures that the web page does not automatically zoom out of the page in the device's content area. This is best illustrated with an example. In this diagram, we have an example of a web page with no viewport meta tag and one with the viewport meta tag. Notice that in figure 1, the mobile browser zooms the page out, so it's compressed into the mobile device's screen. In figure 2, the website does not zoom and follows the correct mobile responsive web page structure that Bootstrap is typically used for. Next, we need to create a container that will hold the content of our web page. The container is important because it houses all the other elements of the page. It also controls how the elements inside the container will behave when the page is viewed on different devices. Generally, there are two main types of containers: fixed width containers and fluid containers, also known as full width containers. Let's take a look at an example. This sample web page uses a fixed width container. We can see that it does not scale to the full width of the browser window's content area. This page, on the other hand, uses what's known as a fluid container or full width container. It scales to the full width of the browser window's content area. In our document, let's start by creating a fixed width container. To do so, Start with a div element and give it the class container. And that's it. We don't have to define any of the style rules for this container because remember, the Bootstrap CSS framework already includes that for us. So everything is predefined. We just have to give it the class container. Now let's go ahead and insert some content into our container. We'll just start with a heading. And I'll just insert some sample text. And that's it. Let's preview it in our web browser. So this is the fixed width layout. Since it's difficult to see the fixed width container because the background of the container is white and so is the page background, let's add a background color to our container. We can modify the container class by creating a style sheet and just select the container class as your selector and type in the following attributes. And after saving and refreshing our web page, we can see that we've added a background color to the container div. So now we can more clearly see that it is in fact a fixed width container. If we wanted to change this to a fluid container, we simply type in -fluid and make sure to also update the selector in your style sheet. Save the file and refresh the page. And we can see that the container now occupies the full width of the content area. So that's the difference between a fixed width and fluid width container. The Bootstrap 3 mobile first grid system allows you to easily control how your website layout will be displayed on different types of devices. This diagram provides an illustration of how the grid system works. The grid system is a series of up to 12 columns that scale, contract, and reposition themselves based on the size of the device's screen, or viewport. We can see in Figure 1, the viewport size is large. It accommodates 4 large columns in a single row. In Figure 2, the screen is smaller. It accommodates 3 of the columns in a single row. Figure 3 and 4 are mobile devices. The tablet in Figure 3 can accommodate 2 columns, and the phone in Figure 4 can accommodate a single column in one row. The purpose of the grid-based system is to lay out the content of a web page for optimal viewing on any device. Since the Bootstrap grid system allows up to a maximum of 12 columns across the page, the sum of the grid column numbers must equate to 12. You'll see an example of this in a moment. Let's take a look at a 2-column layout to start with. First, we need to create a row that will contain our 2 columns. This row will be nested within our container. Next, we'll create our columns. So there's the first column, and I'll copy and paste the second. Here, the call-lg-6 refers to the type of column we want to apply. The COL is an abbreviation for column. LG is the column size. This value depends on the device your web page will be viewed on. LG is used for large desktop screens. MD is for smaller computer screens such as laptops. SM is best suited for handheld devices such as tablets and phones. Since we have 2 columns, each will need to span 6 columns across the 12 that are available in the Bootstrap grid system. For this reason, we see the value 6 displayed after LG for each div. Now enter some text into each column. Now that we have the column set up with text content, let's preview this file in our web browser. As you can tell, we can't see the columns because the background color is transparent. Let's create a background class to apply to both columns so we can see the columns on the page. So go ahead and create a style sheet in your head tag. Call the first class BG and give it a background of cyan. Sorry, we'll just change the BG to BG1 and give the second class a name of BG2 and a background of yellow. Now apply these classes to our columns. So column 1 will have the cyan background and column 2 will have the yellow background. Now save the file and refresh your browser. Now our columns are visible. We can see the first one with cyan and the second with yellow. We can see that both are displayed in a single line because our screen size accommodates it. Let's see what happens as we shrink our browser. So if we were on any other device, a mobile, handheld, tablet, our screen size would be a lot smaller. Just observe what's happening to the right column when the viewport gets to, as we shrink the size of the viewport. The right column is forced to the bottom of the left column. And this is an example of how the grid system works to accommodate smaller screen sizes. In the next lesson, we'll be working with 3-column layouts. We can very easily convert our 2-column layout into a 3-column layout. 3-column layouts are typically used for laptop and desktop screens. A 3-column layout will also work in a tablet's landscape mode if the screen resolution is more than or equal to 992 pixels. For example, an Apple iPad. In smaller devices, the columns will stack on top of each other as usual. Let's go ahead and add a 3rd column to our 2-column layout. We'll go ahead and copy this column's code. We'll change the background to BG1. Since we now need to split 12 columns among 3 rows, we need to adjust our values. We can create equal-sized columns by plugging in 4 by 4 by 4. So let's see what that gives us. We'll save the file and refresh the browser window. So we can see with 3 columns, when the viewport gets smaller, the columns stack on top of one another. We can also try different values as well. You can have a small first column, a large middle column. So 2 by 8 by 2. And that's what that looks like. And we'll try 3 by 7 by 2. So we can see that the first column is slightly larger now than the last column. The Bootstrap framework has many built-in text formatting options. In this lesson, we'll go over a number of formatting options and show you how they differ from default HTML styling. We'll start with the heading tags. In the HTML code, on the left-hand side of the screen, we can see we have H1, H2, right to H6. In our web browser on the right-hand side, this is what the Bootstrap formatting looks like for heading tags. We can see H1 right down to H6. Bootstrap allows for secondary text, which is smaller text with less emphasis than the heading. And in order to use the secondary text, we simply have to add the small tags around whichever text you want to make secondary. And so you can see we've done that for a number of items here. Right from heading H1 to H6, we've added small tags around the text, secondary text. And that is what it looks like here. We can highlight text using the mark tags. So we've placed the mark tags around the word highlight in this paragraph. And this is what it looks like, highlighted. We can also create a dotted underline with a tooltip, as you see here, using the ABBR tags. So we've placed these tags around the word underline. So you can see that we do have the dotted underline. The tooltip that appears, we've put the word explanation in there, just for demonstration purposes. And you can do that by adding title equals, and in our case it's explanation, but you can put in any text you want in there. Next, we have block quotes. Block quotes allow us to place emphasis on quotes using the block quote tag. And that's this tag here. The open block quote tag has an ending, or sorry, a closing block quote tag. This is what a block quote looks like. You can see the format of the block quote. We can add a footer to a block quote using the footer tag. And in order to do this, you need to nest the open and close footer tag inside the block quote. And that's what the footer looks like here. Block quotes can be reversed by attaching a block quote reverse class to a standard block quote tag. And this is what the reverse block quote format looks like here. We can use the code tags to highlight text in our HTML page. So here is, we have a paragraph of text here. And you can see that we've applied the open and close code tag around a few words. And this is what it does. You can see we've placed a code tag around div, section, and span. Code tags are typically used when highlighting blocks of code. The KBD tags allow us to emphasize keyboard shortcuts. And in this example, we've placed an emphasis on the Control V command. So you can see the KBD tags here. We've placed them around Control plus V, the text. And this is what it appears like in our web browser. The pre-element allows us to display text exactly as it appears in the HTML document. Typically, white space is ignored when viewing an HTML page in a web browser. So you can see here we have white space here. We also have line breaks. So the text jumps to new lines in the HTML code. Now, typically our web browser would ignore this, the white space, but using the pre-element, it preserves all white space, including line breaks. So it shows up exactly how it would appear, or does appear, in our case, in the HTML code. Contextual classes allow us to add color to our text. So here you can see that we have a variety of different lines of text, and we've applied different classes to this text. So you can see we have muted text, important text, success text, and so on and so forth. You can also see the corresponding classes on the left here. And similarly, we also have contextual background classes. And this will highlight the text in different colors depending on which class is used. So it's very similar to contextual classes, but this time you can see that the entire area is highlighted. So the class name for the first item is BG primary, and that highlights the text in blue. BG success highlights it in green, and so on. Using Bootstrap, we can easily style tables. A basic Bootstrap table has a light padding and horizontal dividers, as shown in this example. In the HTML code, you can see that all we need to do is set the table class to table in order to apply the style. In order for Bootstrap to correctly apply formatting to the header of the table, we also need to specify the table head and table body using thethead and tbody tags. You'll notice in this example that the headings are slightly more bold than the rest of the content. When applying the thead tag, make sure that each column begins with th, only for the contents within the table head, as shown here. So you'll notice that each heading is enclosed in the the open and closed th tags. Now we can add the table striped class to set each other row to a slightly darker color. So I'll just save the file and refresh, and we can see that each other row is now light gray. So it adds that distinction between rows. The table bordered class. This adds a borders on all sides of the table and cells. The table hover class. And this creates a mouse over effect on the table rows. So you can see it changes to a light gray color when you hover your mouse over it. The table condensed class, that will remove some of the padding around the text. And so it's a more condensed table. We can add contextual classes to table rows or table columns. And we'll just do a quick example. I'll add a few classes to each row. Actually, I'll start in the table body instead. So we've added some of the contextual classes. Now I'm just going to refresh the page, and you can see that the first row has the success class, the second row has the danger class, and the third row has the info class. Bootstrap can be used to style images. We can create rounded corners, circular shapes, and even thumbnails. To add rounded corners, we simply need to add the image rounded class to the image element. On the left-hand side here, you can see that we have an image element inside of our container. The image element contains a source, width, and height. We'll go ahead and add a class to this image. Image-rounded. Now I've saved the file, and before I refresh the browser, just look at the edges of the image. You'll notice right now they're perfectly straight. Now if I refresh, you'll notice that the corners have now rounded. We can also shape the image into a circle using the image circle class. Just save the file and refresh, and you can see it takes on a circular shape. The image thumbnail class, what this does is it adds a light, thin border around the image, and the border, its corners are also slightly rounded, so it just gives it that thumbnail appearance. You can make any image responsive by adding the image responsive class, but what I'll do just to show you how this works is I'll remove the class altogether for now, and I'll refresh the page. Watch what happens as we scale this browser window smaller and smaller. You'll see that the image is not responsive, meaning it's staying the same size as we're reducing the size of the viewport. We can make the image responsive by just adding the image responsive class. And now when we resize the browser window, you can see that it scales with the viewport. A Jumbotron allows you to create a special area for important content. This HTML page contains an example of what the Jumbotron looks like. We can see a very large header followed by a smaller subtitle. In order to create one, we just need to create a div and add the Jumbotron class to it. And you can see that we've done that here. Inside our container, we've created a div element and applied the Jumbotron class. You can then use the header and paragraph tags for the heading and subtitle. So for our heading, we've used the h1 tags, and for the subtitle, we've just used the paragraph element. The Jumbotron can be placed inside or outside the container. If placed outside, it'll take up the full length of the viewport. So let's go ahead and give that a try. I'll take the block of code relating to the Jumbotron and cut it and paste it outside of the container. I'll save the file and refresh the web browser, and we can see that the Jumbotron now extends to the full length of the browser's content area. It's also fully responsive, so when I resize the browser, you can see that it remains the full length and shrinks as it needs to. An alternative to the Jumbotron is the page header class. So I'll just put this back inside the container, and instead of the Jumbotron, this time we'll use the page header class. So I'll save the file and refresh the browser. And as you can see, this class adds a horizontal line under the heading and some extra space around the elements. So we can get rid of the subtitle, and that way we'll just have the heading on its own. and then your content can start right below it. So that's another way to emphasize important content on your web page. Bootstrap wells can be used to create headings or emphasize content. The well class adds a rounded border around an element with a light gray background and some padding, as shown in this example. The wells come in different sizes, including small, normal, and large. Let's take a look at the code. Here we can see 3 divs. Each div has a different class. The first div has the well class with a well small class attached to it as well. And that's what gives us the small well. The next div uses the well class as well, with no size specified. This will create the default normal well size. Lastly, we have a div with the well and well large class. This is used to create a large well. Using Bootstrap, we can easily create predefined alert messages. This HTML page on the right side contains an example of commonly used alerts, including the success, info, warning, and danger alert. In the source code, we can see how the alert was created. Inside our container, we have a series of div elements, 1, 2, 3, and 4. The first alert is the success alert. We've applied the alert class in addition to the alert success class. We've also inserted the word success inside the alert. For the remaining alerts, all we need to do is swap the alert success with the desired alert type. For example, in the second div, we have alert info. The third is alert warning, and the fourth is alert danger. We can make the alert dismissible by adding a few attributes to a link. We'll make the first alert dismissible. Type the following inside the first div element. Adding the class equals close and data dismiss equals alert attributes allow the alert to be dismissed. And to test this, we'll save the document and refresh our web browser. Now you'll see an X appears on the first alert. If you click the X, the alert is dismissed. We can also add a fade effect when the alert is dismissed. And to do that, all we have to do is add 2 additional classes, fade and in. So save the file and refresh the page. And now when we dismiss the alert, you'll see it fades out. Bootstrap allows for many different button styles. The first row in this example provides an illustration of what the different button classes look like. In our HTML code on the left side, we can see how each button was created. We start with the open button tag, and this is in reference to the first button here, the default button. After the button tag, we specify the type attribute, which in this case is button. And next, this is the important part for the styling, we specify the 2 classes, button btn and button default. Button default gives this type of button styling. Next, we've just specified the label for the button, which in this case is default. And lastly, we close the button element tag. For the remaining buttons in this block of code, all we've done is updated the button class and button label. So you can see here for the second button, we've changed one of the classes to button primary and updated the label as well to primary. If you wanted something different displayed on the button, you could simply go ahead and change the label. I'll save the file, and once I refresh, we can see different text displayed in the button. The third button uses the button success class, followed by button info, warning, danger, and button link. Button link creates this type of an effect. It's a text link which is underlined on mouse over. Bootstrap also allows us to apply button classes to elements such as input elements and submit buttons. We can see an example here. The first item is a link element. You can see that with the open A tag and closing A tag. In this case, the link element has been assigned the class button and button info. We also need to specify the button, the role, which in this case equals button. And when we do that, this is the type of button that's created. And so you can see that we've converted a link element into a button format. Next, we have the input button. So you can see the open input tag. We specified the type, button type. And we've also specified the class, which in this case, two classes, button and button primary. And so you can see we've applied, this is the type of style that's created to an input when you apply these two classes. Next, we have a submit button, a submit input. And we've applied two classes again, button and button warning. And this is the type of input style we get from those two classes. Now keep in mind that the value is just the text that's outputted on the button itself. So if we wanted to change that, we could. After saving, I'll just refresh. And you can see that the label changes. We can change the size of the buttons by adding the button size class. Here we have our first button set to button large, so btn-lg, and that produces the largest button size, followed by button medium, small, and extra small. And you can see the output on the right-hand side here. We can create block level buttons using Bootstrap. A block level button spans the entire width of the parent element. So in this case, the parent element is a fixed width container. So there you can see the parent class equals container. Okay, and to create a block level button, you just need to apply the button-block class. So here we have button primary, and the third class, button block. And so that's what that looks like there. You'll notice that the other block level buttons are larger, the second one is larger and the other one is smaller. And that's because we've specified the size. So on the second block level button, we've just created another class, which is button large. Okay, the button primary is as we explored previously, is the bluish button. Button default is the clear button. And so you can see all the different classes we've applied here. Button, button primary, button large, and button block. And that's produced this large block level button here. These two block level buttons were created in the same way. All we've done is changed from button large to button small, as you can see here. We can create disabled or active buttons. So you can see here that this button is unclickable, meaning it's disabled. And on the left, this button is active. Okay, so on the left-hand side in the code, we can see that we've applied the button class, button primary, and also active. So the active class gives it a little bit more of a highlight. It's slightly darker blue than the primary class, which is over here. Now disabled, you can see in the second button, we've created the different classes button, button primary, and disabled. So by adding the disabled class, this is the effect you get. We can group a series of buttons together using button groups. In this example, we've grouped 3 buttons together: Home, Company, and Contact. In order to create a button group, we need to create a div element and give it a button group class. Inside our container, we can see here that we have a div element with 2 classes, button group and button group large. The button group large specifies the size of the button. The individual button elements are then nested into the div. We can see that this group has 3 buttons, each with a button and button primary classes defined. We can size the button group by adding a button group large or button group extra small class to the div. This particular group has the button group large class. This group over here is identical except that it has the button group extra small class. So you can see that the first group, the button style is larger, and in the second it's smaller. Button groups can be laid out horizontally or vertically. In this example, we currently have them horizontally. We can change from horizontal to vertical by adding the word vertical to our button group class. And after saving and refreshing the page, we can see that the button group is now vertically styled. To have a button group span the entire width of the screen, we can use the button group justified class. In this example, we can see the buttons respond to changes in the browser size. The buttons expand and contract as the browser shrinks and expands. In order to do this, we need to create a div and attach 2 classes. This is our block of code for the button group, and we've started with a div element. We've attached 2 classes to this div element, button group and button group justified. Inside the div, it's easiest to create each button using a link element. Here you can see we have 3 links, starting with our opening A tag. And each link has the button and button primary class attached. And of course, the button label. So we've done this for the remaining buttons as well, Home, Company, and Contact. And you can see them all here. So this is the easiest way to do it. We can use button elements as well for the links, but the process is a bit longer. So this second block of code pertains to this button group here, the second one. And this time we've used button elements instead of link elements. So in order to do this, first we need to create a div and give it the button group and button group justified class, just as we did before. But this time we also have to nest each button element inside its own div. So you can see we have 3 div elements, and each element has the class button group. Inside each div element, we have the button element, and we've attached 2 classes, button and button primary, to the button element. And so we've done this, we've repeated this for each button. So you can see that the process is a bit longer if you want to use the button element. Bootstrap includes 260 glyphicons. They can be used in almost any HTML element, including text, buttons, toolbars, navigation, and forms. This HTML page contains some examples of different icons you can use. For a full list of icons, visit the URL below. In order to display an icon on your page, create a span element as shown here, and add the glyphicon class. Also add the class of the specific icon you want to use. So we can see in this first example, we start with the text envelope, and next we have our span element. You can see that the span element has two classes, glyphicon and glyphicon envelope. And that's really all it takes to include an icon on your page. The next three icons follow the exact same format. The only difference is we've changed the icon type. So you can see we have search, heart, and star empty. Now, the next example, we've embedded an icon inside a button. So we have the search glyphicon inside these two buttons. And doing that is simple. We use the same span element and the same class format, but we just insert it in between our open and close button tags. The next button is the same thing. We have a search glyphicon. The only difference is that this button uses the button warning class, and that's why it's an orangish color. And then there's just some other examples here. We have a print glyphicon. And lastly, we've embedded a print glyphicon inside a link element. So you can see we start with the open A tag. We specify the class for this link, which is button, button success, and button large. So that's what gives it this styling. And next we just create our span element and insert our two classes, glyphicon and glyphicon print. And that's what adds that icon right before the label print. Using Bootstrap, we can create a variety of different badges and labels to add emphasis to different HTML elements. We can see several examples on this HTML page, starting with badges. Next to each link, we can see a badge, each containing a number. To create this, we simply need to create a span and give it a class attribute equal to badge, as shown here. The span element is created, in this case, inside a link element. We start with our A tags, followed by the href attribute, and then the label for the link, and then our span element. So the span element in this case is given the class badge, and that's what creates this circle with the number inside. We have a couple of other examples, just with different labels and different values. Now here we see that badges can also be inserted into buttons. So we have a button element, and inside the button element we have our span element. And once again we've assigned the class badge. And this particular span has a value of 10, as we see here. And that's the kind of effect it creates. The next block of code here is an example of labels attached to headings. So we start with the heading tag and insert our span element inside the heading tag. So we start with open H1, the label for the heading, and the span element. So this time, since we're creating a label, we've used the label class and specified which label style we'd like to apply. So in this case, we have label primary. In the next example, we have label warning, and then danger and info. So that's what gives each label its unique color. And you can see that the label decreases in size along with the heading. So depending on which heading element you use, the label size will correspond to the heading. And we can create labels outside of any other element as well by simply using the span tags. Here we have a series of labels, each with a different label class. So the first one is label, and then label default, label primary, and so on and so forth. And you can see that this is the end result here for this block of code. A progress bar can be used to track the amount of progress that has been made during a process. Bootstrap provides many different types of progress bar styles. Keep in mind that the functionality of the progress bar is done separately with languages like JavaScript. In this example, we can see what a basic progress bar looks like. The HTML code on the left shows how it was created. We start with a div element and add the class attribute set to progress. We then create another nested div and attach the class progress bar. The role needs to be set to progress bar as well. The style equals 50% attribute refers to how much progress the bar should show by default. It's currently set to 50%, so the bar shows half progress. We can see that the dark blue ends here, and the full width of the bar extends to here. We can increase or decrease this value anywhere between 0 to 100%. So if we were to increase it to 80% and save the file, we can see that it extends the progress. We can add labels to a progress bar by typing the desired text into the div element here. So if we wanted to indicate to the user 80%, we just type it there, and if you refresh the page, you'll see it displayed right there. We can also apply the contextual classes we've worked with to a progress bar by adding the following class. And for this example, I'll use the success contextual style. Save it, and we can see it changes to green. So remember, the other ones can be used as well, like warning, danger, and so on. To add stripes to the progress bar, you can insert the following class name: progress-bar-striped. And then you can see the stripes appear inside the progress bar. We can also animate a striped progress bar by adding the active class. Keep in mind that this will only work on a striped progress bar. Pagination allows you to add a page numbering system to content that stretches across multiple pages. This HTML page shows an example of a basic pagination style using the pagination class. To create this, we start by making an unordered list using the UL tags. We assign a class attribute and set it to pagination. Next, we create our list elements. Inside each list element, we have a link and a page number. With pagination, we can set different options. If we wanted to show an active status on one of the page numbers, we can add a class attribute to the list element and set it to active. We'll go ahead and set item number 2 to active. Now if we save the file and refresh the page, we can see that page number 2 is now active. We can also disable a link so it cannot be clicked, and we can do that by adding the disabled class. So if we save and refresh, we can no longer click on page number 3. To resize a pagination block, the pagination large or pagination small class can be added to the UL tags. We'll start with the pagination large class. When we refresh it, you can see that the links are now larger. And we'll change LG to small, SM, and see the difference. We can see that it's now much smaller. We can also change the style of pagination to breadcrumb by updating the UL class. And that's what the breadcrumb style looks like. So I've just updated some of the labels to text labels, which is more commonly used with breadcrumbs. And so you can see that it creates a nice navigation menu. The Bootstrap pager is a form of pagination. When applied to an unordered list, the pager class creates previous and next buttons as shown in this HTML page. We can see in the HTML code that it was created by starting with the open UL tag and applying a class attribute set to pager. Next, we create our 2 list items for the previous and next link. We can add a previous and next class to the list item to align each button at the sides of the parent element. So in this case, the parent is the container. Right now you'll notice that the buttons are center aligned, but if we wanted them aligned to the edges of the container, we can add the previous class and next class. So I'll just save that and refresh the page. And you can see there that the buttons are now at the edges. Using Bootstrap, we can add style to list groups. This HTML page shows an example of basic list group formatting. Here we have 3 items. Around each item is some padding and also a border. In order to create this, we start with an unordered list as shown here. We then create a class attribute and set it to list group. Next, we create our list items. Each list item must have a class attribute set to list group item. Then it's just a matter of inserting your labels. For this demonstration, we've set it to item 1, 2, and 3. We can also add badges and icons to our list items by creating a span element with the badge class inside the list item. So if we wanted to add a badge to item number 1, we can do so as follows. As you can see, we've added a badge on the first item with the value of 12. And you can copy and paste this code, and we'll make one for item number 2 as well. Next, by converting the list items to links, we can also create a mouse over effect. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll just delete our list items and insert this code. We'll create 3. So just go ahead and insert your links as shown here. You can see that it's just an A element with an href attribute and the class attribute set to list group item. And it's the same for each item. Just have to change the label. So now when we save our file and refresh, you can see that we have a hover effect, a mouse over effect on each list item. We can set a list item to active by applying the active class. So if we just type in active here, you can see that it's activated item 1. The same can be done for a disabled item. You can type in disabled, and item 2 is now disabled and cannot be clicked on. Contextual classes can also be added by creating the necessary classes in the list items. So let's go ahead and we'll just delete the disabled and active class. And we'll start with the success contextual class. So type in list group item success and refresh. And so that's the first one. We'll add a couple of others. And the others were warning. And we'll add one last one. We'll go ahead and add the danger contextual class. And so you can see some pretty neat styling on the list group. Another great benefit of working with lists is you can add nearly any HTML element inside the list group item. We have 2 classes available to us in Bootstrap, including list group item heading and list group item text, which can be used to add custom content. So we'll go ahead and create a custom list so you can follow along. First, insert in place of item 1, insert this line of code. So here we've used the list group item heading. So we've given our list item a heading. And now we can insert some basic text content in a paragraph element. Give the paragraph element the class list group item text. And so when you refresh it, you can see that there's some heading and some text inside the first list item. And now you can copy and paste this block and do the same for the other items. And that's what the final result should look like. Bootstrap panels can be used to contain any type of content. This example shows a panel with some text inputted inside. Creating a panel is simple. As you can see in the HTML code, we start by creating a div element and assigning a class attribute set to panel and panel default. Next, we create a nested div. This div has the class panel body. The panel content should be contained within this div. You can see we have the words sample text content inputted inside. We can add a panel heading by creating another nested div and assigning the class panel heading. So let's go ahead and do that. Similarly, a panel footer can also be added. Before we add our footer, let's save the file and refresh the page, and you can see the panel heading has appeared here. To create the panel footer, we'll go ahead and create another div and just give it the class panel footer. Now we'll save the file and refresh, and we can see that we've now added a footer to the panel as well. We can create panel groups by wrapping multiple panels in a div with the class panel group. So here you can see we have our div with the panel group class, and then we have a series of panels inside. So So we have 3 panels, and the structure of this code is the same as what we just went over when talking about the basic panel. We just have 3 of them nested inside a panel group. We can attach contextual classes to panels to add color, and to do so, simply replace panel default with the contextual class you want to apply. So for example, panel primary, panel warning, for example, and we'll add a third one, danger, and I'll just save the file and refresh the page. So you can see that we've added a bit of color to the panels with the contextual classes. A drop-down menu allows users to select from multiple options in a drop-down list. This HTML page shows an example of a drop-down menu. When we click the menu button, the list appears with 4 options to click on. When we click our mouse off the drop-down list, the list disappears. To create a drop-down menu, we start with a div element and assign a class attribute set to drop-down. Next, we create our button inside the div. The button element has a class attribute with 3 classes: button, button primary, and drop-down toggle. We also need to create a data toggle attribute and set it to drop-down, as seen here. This attribute is required in order for the menu to work. Next, we have our label. In this case, we've attached the label menu to this button. The span element contains a class set to caret. This creates the small arrow icon next to the menu label. The drop-down menu list items must be contained in an unordered list element, with the class set to drop-down menu. Next, we define the list items one at a time. So here we have 4 list items. Each has a link attribute and a label: option 1, option 2, 3, and 4. We can create a drop-down divider by adding a list item with the class divider. So we'll go ahead and add a divider here. So I've saved the page, and when I refresh, you can see that we have a faint divider after option 4. So after the divider, you can continue adding additional list items. So we'll add option 5 and 6, save the file, and we can see that option 5 and 6 are now divided from options 1 through 4. We can add drop-down headers by creating a list item and creating a class set to drop-down header. So we'll just go ahead and create a header. And you can give your header any name you like. We'll call it header 1. So I've saved the file, refresh the page, and there's our header. We'll create another header after our divider, and we'll call it header 2. A list item can be disabled by applying a class set to disabled on the list item. So if we want to disable option 1 and 2, you simply give it a class of disabled. And we can no longer click on option 1 or 2. We can right align the drop-down menu using the drop-down menu right class. And this class must be added to the UL element. And after refreshing the page, we can see that the menu now appears on the right side. I'll remove that for now. And we can also change the orientation of the drop down to drop up. This will cause the menu to expand in an upward direction rather than downward. And to do so, we simply change the div class here from drop down to drop up. Now there likely won't be enough space for it to be visible, so I'd have to create some breaks. And we can see that the menu now comes upward rather than downward. We can create collapsible elements that give the user the ability to show or hide content on a web page. This example shows how a collapsible works. When we click the collapse button, the content appears. When we click it again, it disappears. In order to create this, we start with a button element. There are two important attributes that must be included for this to work. The data toggle attribute. You can see that we have it set to collapse. And the data target attribute. And this needs to be set to the ID of the div that contains the collapsible content. So here's the div that contains the content, and you can see that we've given it an ID of x1. That matches the data target. Just remember to keep a pound sign in front of the value. So these two must match in order for this to work. In addition to the x1 ID that we have here, you also have to create a class and set it to collapse. Next, just insert the content that should be displayed when the button is clicked. So you can see we have some sample text here. And when we click the collapse button, the text appears. When we click it again, it disappears. In this second example, we've used the A element instead of a button element like we did in the first example. We can see that if you want to use an A element, you need to set the href attribute to the ID in your div element. So if those two don't match, then the collapsible will not work if you're using an A element. In addition to that, you also need to include a data toggle equals collapse attribute. And you can see that we've given the link a name, simple collapsible, and that's what appears on the button. Now, just like the previous example, your content goes inside your div element. So here you can see the sample text, and the sample text hides and appears on click. One thing you'll notice is that by default, the text is hidden. If you want the text to be visible by default, we'll start with the first one here. Inside your div element, next to the collapse class, just put in the in class. And I'll save the file. And you can see that the text is now visible by default. And that's the in class. In this example, we've created a collapsible panel. When the heading is clicked, a panel appears. It disappears when the heading is clicked again. We can create a collapsible panel by creating a div and setting the class value to panel group. Inside that div, we create another div with two classes, panel and panel primary. Next, we create a div with the class panel heading. We can insert our title inside this div. Here, we've used an h4 element in this example. It contains the class panel title. Inside the h4 element, we have our A element with a data toggle attribute set to collapse. We also have a href attribute, and this is set to the name of the div that contains the panel content. That div can be found here. You can see that the ID matches the href attribute in the A element. We also have two classes attached to this div, panel collapse and collapse. Next, we have two divs, one with the panel body class and the other with the panel footer class. As you learned earlier, these contain the body content and footer content for the panel. You can insert whatever body content you want here and the footer content here. In this example, we've created a collapsible list group. When we click the heading, the list appears with 3 items and a footer. Creating this is very similar to our last example. Looking at the code block, it's nearly identical. The only difference is that we create an unordered list in the div that contains our panel content. And you can see the UL element here. The UL element is assigned the class list group. Inside the UL element, we have 3 list items. Each list item has the class list group item followed by the content. So you can see that we have item 1, item 2, and item 3, and that's what's displayed in our panel. In this lesson, we're going to be developing an accordion as shown in this example. When we click each heading, the previous panel collapses and a new one expands. In order to create an accordion, we start with a div and assign the class panel group. We also need to set an ID. We've set the ID to accordion. You'll see how this is used in a moment. For the purpose of this lesson, we're starting with only one panel. So I'm going to refresh the page and we'll be adding the second and third panel as we progress through the tutorial. Next, we create another div with 2 classes, panel and panel default. As you learned, this defines the style color of our panels. In this case, panel default will create a light gray color. Inside this div, we have another div with the class panel heading. This contains our title, as we learned in the last couple of exercises. It's important to note that our A element now also has a new attribute which we haven't seen before called data parent. This is necessary if developing an accordion. The data parent value must be set to the ID that we initially defined in our first div element, shown here. So those two must match in order for this to work. We also have an href attribute set to ex1. This value needs to match the div that contains our panel content. So this href attribute ex1 links to the content inside this div. And the content inside this div is what we're seeing displayed here in our web browser. The content div has 3 classes defined: panel collapse, collapse, and in. So we've gone over those already in previous exercises. And just to emphasize, the ID here must match the href attribute here. We've set it to ex1. Again, you can name it whatever you want to name it, but they must match. And we have another nested div here with the class panel body, and this div contains our content to be displayed here. So if I were to change that, or just make a small, add a word and refresh, you can see it shows up there. To change the heading, you just change this text over here. Okay, now we're going to add some additional panels to complete the accordion effect. So I've copied and pasted that block of code that we just went over because we're going to be using an almost identical block of code. We just have to make a few minor changes for our second panel item. So the first thing we need to do is set ex1 to ex2 and also update this ID to ex2. We can't have two panels with the same ID. The second panel has to link to the ID of the second panel. And I'll just change this from main heading to heading 2, and I'll change this back to just heading 1. And I'll save the file and refresh. So now you can see that we have two headings and two content areas. And it's very simple. For the third, you do the same thing again. Just copy that block of code, paste it, and change this to ex3, and heading 3. And that's the full accordion. You can add as many items as you want, but we'll leave it at 3 for the purpose of this tutorial. We can use Bootstrap to create different menu styles, including tab and pill menus. Let's start with an example of a very basic menu. In this first example here, we have a menu with 4 links. This menu was created by making a UL element and setting the class to list inline. This makes all the list items appear in a single row. We then created each list item and attached a link attribute and the link label. Here we have link 1, link 2, link 3, and link 4, each contained within a list item. We can easily convert this basic menu into a more stylish tab menu by changing the class to nav tabs. So if I save the file and refresh, this is an example of a tab menu. We can also set a default active tab by adding a class attribute and setting it to active on the desired list item. So let's say we want to set link 1 to active. Simply put class equals active on the list item. And you can see that link 1 is now active. In the second example here, we've added a drop-down menu to tab link 2. So we have our tab menu, but we also have a drop-down menu on link 2. The menu has 3 sublinks. Now to add a drop-down menu, we create a list element beneath our first tab list item. So as you can see, our first list item is link 1. Right after the closing list tag, we create an opening list tag, and this has a class of dropdown. We then set up an element with the class dropdown toggle. So we have our A element class dropdown toggle. We also have to set a data toggle attribute and make that equal dropdown. So this should look familiar by now, and all we're doing is attaching classes that are and attributes that are necessary for the dropdown to work. We also give it an empty link with the href attribute set to the pound symbol, and link 2 is our link label. Okay, so we can see it says link 2 there. You can also add the icon, the downward pointing arrow here, by creating a span and setting the class equal to caret. Next, we need to create an unordered list and set the class of this list to drop-down menu. You can then create your list items. We have 3 sublinks on this drop-down menu, but you can have as many as you like. And each list item contains a link element using the A tags and the link label. So you can see we have sublink 1, sublink 2, and sublink 3. Once complete, close the open UL tag and also the open list tag. Then continue with the additional list items for your tab menu. So for example, we have 2 additional items here, link 3 and link 4, and you can see that we have them inputted here after the menu. And finally, just close the tab menu's open UL tag with a closing UL tag. In addition to tab menus, we can also create pill menus. This HTML page has an example of both an inline pill menu and a vertical pill menu. We'll start with the inline menu. In order to create an inline menu, we start with creating an unordered list and setting the class to nav and nav pills. Next, we create our list items. You can see that we have 4 list items. Each list item has a link element and the list item label. So we have link 1, link 2, link 3, and link 4. You'll also notice that list item 1 has a class attribute which is set to active. And this is the reason that link 1 is highlighted in blue. We can also create vertical or stacked pill menus. And to do that, we simply need to add the class nav stacked to our existing class in the UL tag. And so if I save the file and refresh, we can see that the menu items are now stacked. In the second pill menu example, we've created a drop-down menu on list item 2. As you can see, when link 2 is clicked, a menu appears with 3 additional links. To do this, create a list item and set the class to drop-down. So you can see that below list item number 1, which is link 1, we've added a list element and set the class to drop down. Next, we create a link element and set the class to drop down toggle with a data toggle attribute set to drop down. Attach an empty link using the href attribute. And once you've defined your label, in this case we called it link 2, we also added a span element with the class set to caret, and remember that's the drop down arrow. So after you've done that, you can create your unordered list item, okay, and set the class to drop down menu. Inside the unordered list, you can create all your list items. So you can see we have sublink 1, sublink 2, and sublink 3. Each has a link element with the href set to an empty link, so just the pound symbol. We can create tab and pill menus that dynamically update content when a link is clicked. As seen in this example, when a tab is clicked, the content changes below. To create this, we start with a UL element and set the class to nav and nav tabs. Next, we create our list items that will serve as the tab links. We can see here that we have 4 list items, and each one has its own label: link 1, link 2, link 3, and link 4. Each item must have an href attribute with the link name set to the div that contains the corresponding content. For example, link 1, we can see that the href attribute is set to #link1. This link will display the content inside this div with its ID set to link 1, but we'll come back to this area in a moment. The list item must also have a data toggle attribute set to tab. So you can see that that's consistent all the way through. After our unordered list, we create a div with the class tab content. This div will contain all of our content items. We can see the first content item in this div. It has the ID link 1. It also has 4 classes: tab pane, fade, in, and active. The div element contains the heading you see here and the word content below the heading. So here you can see link 1 and content, which corresponds to what you see here. The next div here is for content item corresponding to link 2. So here we can see href is set to link 2. Our div ID is set to link 2. So remember, those must always match. Everything else is more or less the same. The only thing that changes is the heading. Typically your content would also change. And same for div. The third div, the ID is link 3. The header is link 3. And same for the last div, which corresponds to link 4. And you can see that the content switches off and corresponds to its own link. And that's how that works. We can change this dynamic tab menu to a dynamic pill menu by updating a few classes. So if you go back to your unordered list element and change the nav tabs class to nav pills, and also change the data toggle attribute to pill, and if you save your file and refresh, you'll notice that the links are now pills rather than tabs. The functionality and everything else is all the same. We can create navigation bars using Bootstrap, as seen in this example. This navbar extends from one end of the browser's content area to the other on large screens. When viewed on smaller screens, the navigation bar stacks the links one on top of the other. So this navigation bar is fully responsive. This navigation bar was developed by creating a nav element and assigning the class navbar and navbar default. The navbar default class allows us to style the bar. We'll try different styles later in this lesson. Next, we create a container that will contain the navbar and all its elements. After our container div, we create another div with the class navbar header. Inside this div, we have our header, my website, inside an A element with the class navbar brand. We also have attached a link using the href attribute, and we've assigned an empty link represented by the pound sign here. We define our navbar links using an unordered list with the class set to nav and navbar-nav. The UL element contains 4 list items in this case, one for each link seen on the bar. As you can see, we've assigned a class to the first list item and set it to active. That's what creates the highlight effect on link 1. After the nav tags, we've created a container that contains our page content. We're currently using a fixed width for both the navbar container and the content container, and that's represented by the div class equals container attribute here and also over here. We can change both to a fluid container by changing the container class to container fluid on both elements. So now we can see that the content and the navbar stretch or span across the entire browser's content area. We'll go back to the fixed width container. We can also change the style of the navbar by changing the navbar default class to navbar inverse. And you can see that this inverts the colors of the navbar. We've also added right-aligned navbar items, and this was done by creating a UL element. Okay. You can see that this UL code block represents link 1 to link 4. Shortly after that, we have another UL element. And this UL element has the class nav, navbar, and navbar right. The navbar right class is what right aligns these 2 items here. And these 2 items are represented by these 2 list elements. Each list element has a link attribute with an href tag. We've set it to an empty link for now. We've also included a span tag, and we've set the class to glyphicon star empty. That's what gives us the star icon, as you learned in earlier lessons. And for the second list item, we've set it to glyphicon search, and that's why we have the magnifying glass next to our link 2. And our labels are right here. If we wanted to change them, we could just update the text here. We can give our navbar a fixed position, both top or bottom, so it doesn't scroll with the rest of the content on the page. And to do that, it's fairly simple. We just add the class navbar fixed top or navbar fixed bottom to the nav element right here. So if we go ahead and set it to navbar fixed bottom and save and refresh, you can see that it is now at the bottom of the page. And that's fixed, so it will not scroll with the rest of the content on the page. And if you wanted to have that at the top, just replace the word bottom with top, and now it'll remain fixed at the top. It will not scroll with the rest of the content. We can add a drop-down menu to any of our navbar buttons by adding the drop-down menu code block where we want the menu to appear. So I'll go ahead and I'll paste in the code block. By now we should be familiar with creating drop-down menus. It's the same idea. We've worked with it in the past. So I'll create the drop-down menu before our link 1 button and just adjust the formatting, and I'll save the file. So there's our menu button now with our drop-down menu. In the last tutorial, we created our navigation bar. One important thing to note is that when we shrink our web browser, the links stack on top of one another. This causes an issue on very small mobile screens because of the amount of space this entire block takes up. A solution is to make the nav bar collapsible on very small screens. I'll add in the necessary code to show you the result, and then we can go over it. I've added in the code blocks to make this effect work. I'll refresh the page so you can see a preview before we go over it. You can see now that when we shrink the size of the web browser, the navigation bar hides the links unless we click on this button. Only then does it expand. The user can contract the navigation menu by clicking on the button again. You can see that we also have our submenu there. This makes it much more convenient for the user when browsing the web page on a handheld device. In order to create this, we first need to start with a button element. And this is positioned after the div with the class set to navbar header. Inside the button element, we create a class, navbar toggle, and a data toggle attribute set to collapse. We also need to set a data target. We've set it to nav1. This is very important, and you'll see why this is relevant in a second. In the button element, create 3 span tags, each with the class set to icon bar. This is what styles our button. You can see these 3 lines here. These are each icons. Next, we need to wrap our navbar buttons into a div with the same ID as the data target attribute that we previously set. So remember that data target we set over here to nav1? Well, we need to create a div with the ID nav1. Those 2 values must match in order for this button to work. Give this div a class, 2 classes, collapse and navbar collapse. It's also important to remember to close the open div we just created. And you can see that we've wrapped both our unordered list elements inside this div, the open and close tag. And that's all there is to it. So once you save your file and refresh, you'll now see the button there, which allows you to expand and contract the navigation menu items. We can use Bootstrap to style form elements. There are 3 types of form layouts: vertical, horizontal, and inline forms. This sample login form shows an example of a basic vertical form layout with 3 inputs and 1 button. To create this, we start with a form tag. Remember to always use the role attribute and set it to form. This helps improve accessibility for people using screen readers. Next, we need to wrap all our form labels and form controls in a div with a class set to form group. This is used to help browsers interpret optimal spacing. Inside our div, we have a label with a for attribute set to email. After our label, we have our input. By setting input type to email, the input will be validated for proper email format prior to submission. And we can test that here. You can see that when we put an incorrect format and click the submit button, an error appears. Next, it's required to add a class attribute and set it to form control. Set an ID if you intend to add additional validation or any JavaScript functions to this form input. The placeholder is optional. It simply sets the default input field text. So here you can see it says enter email, and that's what the placeholder is set to as well. Next, we have our div element set up for the second input, which is password. Most of the code is the same as the previous input. Do note that the type has changed to password, and the ID has also changed to PWD. To create a checkbox, start with a div element and set the class to checkbox. Next, create a label element. We've inserted the input with type equal to checkbox right before the actual label, which is remember me. As you can see in our browser here. It's important to note that if you do not include labels for every input, screen readers will have difficulty interpreting your forms. So that's always a good practice. And after all of our inputs, we have our button, and we've been over buttons a few times, so this should be familiar. And lastly, just close the form, the open form tag with the close form tag. We can convert this form into an inline form by adding the form inline class to the form element. So if we set the class to form inline, and save the file and refresh, you can see that all the items are now in a single row. Bootstrap styling can be applied to several different types of form elements, including inputs, text areas, checkboxes, radio buttons, and select menus. Bootstrap also supports all HTML5 input types such as text, password, email, number, time, week, and so on. An important consideration is that inputs will not be styled if their type is not properly declared. On this HTML page, we have a number of different types of form elements. We covered the input field elements in the last lesson, so we'll take a look at the text area to begin with. To create a text area, create a div and set the class to form group. Create a label for your text area, and remember to apply the for attribute and set it to comment. The text area is created using the text area tags. Set a class inside the text area element and set it to form control. You can specify the length of your text area by creating a rows attribute and setting a value. In this case, our text area is 5 rows in length. If we set it to 10, you can see that the text area will become larger. The next element we have here is a checkbox. To create a checkbox, start with a div and set the class to checkbox. Create a label element and put your input inside the label tags. And we have two checkboxes here, option 1 and option 2. To create a radio button, start with a div and set the class to radio. And it's more or less the same as the checkbox. You can create a label and insert your input element right into the label. And keep in mind that the difference between a checkbox and a radio button is with radio buttons, you typically only want the user to be able to select one option. And for that reason, the name attribute is very important. When you give two radio buttons the same name, the user can only select one option. Our next element here is the select menu. And to make one, first create a div, set the class to form group, Next, create a label for the select list. Insert your select tags and set the class to form control. Create each option using the option tags. So here we have 4 options, and it's just a numerical value, 1, 2, 3, 4. If we were to change this to something else, you can see that the value changes in the menu. You can also create a select menu that allows multiple options to be selected. To do so, create a div and set the class to form group. Create a label for the menu. And create a select element and create a multiple attribute. So we have a select element created. Here's our multiple attribute. Also create a class attribute and set that to form control. And create your options the same way we did in the previous select menu. Here we have 5 options, and it's just the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the right hand side here, you can see we can select multiple options by holding the control key. Or if you want to select large groups of options, hold the shift key and we can select all of them at once. Bootstrap comes equipped with several form control states. A control state is the style of your form element, normally when some type of validation has been processed. For example, if a user successfully enters their email address in the right format, you may display a success state to let them know they've done it correctly. On the other hand, you may use an error state to indicate that the email has not been filled in correctly. These are just a couple of examples, but there are many more instances where form control states may be applied. In this lesson, we'll show you how to create control states in a horizontal form layout. To begin, we have the focused state. You can see the focus state activate when you click into the input. The input highlights in blue. To create this, we first need to create a form element and set the class to form horizontal and a role attribute set to form. Next, we create a div with class set to form group. Now we create a label with a class set to column small 2 and control label. The column small 2 means that this label will occupy 2 of the 12 available columns in the Bootstrap grid layout. That means that the input will occupy 10 of them. For this reason, the next tag we create is a div element with the class set to column small 10. As you probably guessed, this div element will contain the input. Create the input tag and set the class to form control. By default, Bootstrap inputs will highlight when focused. For this reason, there is no special class to put in for this control. The next input is in a disabled state. The coding for this input is the same as the last. The only difference is that we put a disabled attribute inside the input element. To create the success form control, create a div element and set the class to form group, has success, and has feedback. Next, create your label with class set to column 2, or column small 2 rather, and control label. Next, create your div with class set to column small 10. Create your input with type set to text and class to form control. To add a checkmark icon, create a span element and set the class to glyphicon, glyphicon OK, and form control feedback. A warning input can be created the same way as the success input. Just change the areas that are highlighted on the screen. And when you've completed that, you can also create an error state in the same way, and similarly, you can update the areas highlighted on the screen. We can set the height of an input by adding classes to our input. To change from the default height to a large height, create an input large class. And we can do that in our input. So this entire block right here pertains to this input. And what we're going to do is we're going to add an input L-LG class. And you can see that it increases the size of the input. To reduce the size, change it to input small. And you can see that its height has decreased. We can do the same to a select menu, but we'd have to add it to the select element. And inside the select element, we have a class. In addition to the form control class, add input LG. And you can see it's larger, or input small. And it's smaller. Now, when working with horizontal forms, the large height can be set by adding the form group large class to the main div element. So this is the main div element that contains this input. And you can see that we've added the form group large class. And everything else should look familiar from our last couple of lessons. Okay, it's just a basic input in a horizontal form format. Now the second div here contains this input, the small one. And to do that, we've just added a class called form group small. To increase or decrease the width of an input, we can place the input in a column. As shown in this example, we have 3 inputs, each in a column with a different size. So here's one div element, and that contains this input. The second div element contains this input, and the third contains this input. You can see that each div element has a different class. This one has column extra small 2. So this input spans across 2 extra small columns in the Bootstrap grid layout. This one spans across 3 extra small columns, and this one spans across 4 extra small columns. So if we were to increase this value to say 6 and save the file, you can see that it becomes wider. In this lesson, we'll be creating a Bootstrap carousel. The carousel is a plugin that cycles through HTML elements. It is typically used for slideshows as seen in this example. We have a series of car pictures. Each car picture is displayed one at a time, before automatically transitioning to the next picture. Each picture also has a title and a description. We can manually cycle through the images by clicking the left or right links, or by clicking the carousel indicators. To make a carousel, we first start with a div and give the div an ID. We've given this div the ID carousel. This is important and will be used later on for the carousel controls. So although we've named the ID carousel, you can call it whatever you like. Set the div class to carousel and slide. Also create a data write attribute and set it to carousel. The carousel class specifies that the div contains a carousel. The data write attribute will make it so the images start cycling as soon as the page loads. Next, create an ordered list element and set the class to carousel indicators. The carousel indicators are the small circle icons that indicate how many slides there are. They also allow users to manually toggle through the slides and provide an indication as to the active slide. So we can see here that as the images switch from one to another, the carousel indicator also changes. It becomes highlighted based on the active carousel. We need to create 4 list items because we have 4 images. Each list item needs to have a data target attribute set to carousel. Notice that the value of this attribute points to the ID of our carousel div. So here, this matches, the data target matches our ID for the main carousel div. Now each item also needs to have a data slide to attribute. The value of this attribute will define which slide to go to when that indicator is clicked. So the first item would go to slide 0. The next will go to slide 1, 2, and 3. So the numbering system does start from 0. So slide 1 is actually 0, and then 1, 2, and 3. We've created a class and set it to active. Now this is on the second item, and I'm just going to cut that out and paste that onto the first item. So this will highlight the first indicator because that's where the slideshow starts. So you can see that when I've refreshed the page, and you can see that the first indicator is active on page refresh. So after our ordered list, we have a wrapper for the slides. After our ordered list, we create a wrapper for the slides. Create a div and set the class to carousel inner. Create a role attribute and set it to listbox. Now we can start creating the divs that will contain the images or content of this slideshow. Create a div and set 2 classes, item and active. Next, create an image element and set the source to the location of your first image. Make sure that the images are contained in the same directory or a subdirectory relative to the location of your HTML file. Also specify the width and height of the image. Create another div and set the class to carousel caption. Now create a heading for the title and a paragraph for the description nested within the carousel caption div. And that's it. So what we can do now is we can copy and paste this entire block of code to create the other slideshow content. So here we have 4 images, so each one you can see is more or less the same. The code is almost identical. All you have to change is the source of the image and the heading and description for each slide is also different. Also keep in mind that you only need to set the active class on one of the slides. So that'll be the slide that is active when the page initially loads. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4 items. You can have as many as you like. Once complete, we can go ahead and create our left and right control links. Start with an A element and set the class to left carousel control. Create an href attribute and set it to the ID of the main carousel div. So remember, we called it carousel. Create a role attribute and set it to button, and a data slide attribute and set it to previous, PREV. Now to create the arrow icon, create a span and set the class to glyphicon chevron left, and that's what's going to give us this little icon here. And create an area hidden attribute and set it to true. Now for the right side arrow, you can basically copy and paste this block of code. All you have to change is, instead of a left class, set it to right. Instead of previous, set it to next for the data slide attribute. Change glyphicon chevron left to glyphicon chevron right. And that's it. Now there's just one more thing to do before we can test this in your browser. We're going to have to scroll up to the head tag, and you're going to create a style sheet and add the following rule. Here, the width definition will make it so that the carousel content occupies 80% of the carousel. The margin auto will center the content. So if we were to increase width to 100, then we would have no margin on the left and right side. You can see it still works. We still see our arrows, but there's no spacing. And you can set the value from anywhere from 0 to 100%. And that's it. You can now save your file and preview it in your web browser, and your carousel should be working. The carousel is responsive, so if we were to expand the size of our web browser, the carousel expands to the size of our container. And in this case, we're using a fixed width container. So if we were to use a fluid container, it expands to the full size of the screen. The same is true if we shrink the browser. Okay, again, you can see it's fully responsive. In this lesson, we'll be creating a Bootstrap modal. A modal is a dialog box that pops up on top of the current page. The modal can contain an alert or any other type of content. This example illustrates how a modal works. When we click the Launch button, we can see the modal appears with a section for a header and some content. Another feature is that it fades out the content behind the modal. To exit the modal, we can click anywhere outside the modal or press the Close button. To create a modal, we start by making a button. The button must have a data toggle attribute set to modal. It must also have a data target attribute that points to the ID of the modal div, which we'll create in just a second. We'll be calling this modal div modal1. Now go ahead and make a div and set the class to modal and fade. Set the modal ID to the same value as in the data target attribute. So if you recall, we just named the data target attribute modal1, so set the ID to modal1. And these values are case sensitive, so make sure it's an exact match. The modal class identifies the content of a div as a modal. The fade class adds a fade transition effect when the modal is launched and closed. You can see that when we open it, it fades in and fades out. Next, we create another div and set the class to modal dialog. The modal dialog class sets the proper width and margin of the modal. Now we create another div with the class set to modal content. This class styles the modal, including the border and background color. Inside this div, we create a div with the class set to modal header. This styles the header of our modal. Next, we have a button element with a class set to close and data dismiss attribute set to modal. This button syntax is for the X at the top right corner of the modal, located here. The close class styles the close button. The data dismiss attribute closes the modal. We then have our header inside an h4 element with the class set to modal title. The modal title class styles the header content. Next, we have a div with the class set to modal body. This class styles the body content of the modal. So what you see displayed here. Lastly, we have a div with the class set to modal footer. The modal footer class styles the footer content of the modal. We've also included a standard button in the footer with a data dismiss attribute. And this again will close the button when clicked. And so that's all there is to it. Once you've finished typing in your code, just save your file and refresh your browser, and your modal should work. In this lesson, we'll be creating a tooltip. A tooltip is a small pop-up box that appears over an element when a mouse pointer hovers over it. In this example, we have the word tooltip defined as a link element. When we hover our mouse over the word, a tooltip pop-up box appears. The tooltip has some text content inside of it. To create a tooltip, select or create any HTML element that you want to apply the tooltip to. In our example, we have a link element using the A tag. Next, we've applied the attribute data toggle and set it to tooltip. We've also created a data placement attribute and set it to top. The data placement attribute defines the position of the tooltip. We can set it to top, bottom, left, or right. Next, create a title attribute and insert the words that you would like displayed in your tooltip. In our case, we have the words insert tip. And so you can see that text inside the tooltip. If we change it, you can see it updates. We'll also go ahead and change the data placement, and you can see what that looks like. So that's bottom, left, and right. After that's complete, it's necessary to initialize the tooltip function with jQuery. To do so, add the following JavaScript to your HTML page before the closing body tag. This code block will enable all tooltips in the existing document. Similar to a Bootstrap tooltip, we also have Bootstrap popovers. A popover is different in that it accommodates more content, including a header. In this example, we've applied the popover to a link element. The popover is positioned to the right, but as you'll see, this can be changed. To create a popover, select or create an HTML element that you'd like to apply it to. In this case, we've applied it to a link element using the A tag. In our element, we've created a data toggle attribute set to popover. This is necessary for the popover to function. We can give the popover a title. In this case, we've set it to test header. And you can see that text displayed right here. We can also give the popover some content using the data content attribute. We have the text sample paragraph displayed in our popover content area. Lastly, we have a data placement attribute which allows you to specify the position of the popover. In this case, we have it set to the right. Other options include top, bottom, and left. So if we change this to bottom, you can see that it's now changed the position. Once you've completed that portion, it's necessary to initialize the popover using jQuery. To do so, insert the following JavaScript code before the closing body tag. Now in our browser, we can see that the popover opens when we click on the link. It only closes if we click on the link again. So if we click anywhere on the page, it doesn't close. We can add the attribute data trigger equals focus. And this will make it so that we can click anywhere on the page and the popover will close. If we set the data trigger to hover, we can view and dismiss the popover by placing our mouse on or off the element. In this lesson, we're going to develop a Bootstrap web page layout using the Scroll Spy plugin. This plugin allows us to create links that link to content on the same page. As shown in this example, when we click each link, the content scrolls up to our line of view. So the content corresponding to link 1, link 2, link 3, and link 4. To create this layout, we'll be using many of the concepts we've already covered. First, we need to create a style sheet that defines the appearance of each one of our content areas. Our page has 4 content areas. One is cyan, one is yellow, one has a pink background, and the last one has a magenta background. Each div has a padding of 45 pixels, height of 500 pixels. So you can see that we've given each style rule, each ID a name, section 1, section 2, section 3, and section 4. And they're identical. The only difference is the background color tag or definition, is different for each one. Next, in order for the Scroll Spy plugin to work, we need to add the data spy attribute in our body tag and set it to scroll. Also create a data target attribute and set it to .navbar. Next, create your navbar. Create the nav element and set the class to navbar, navbar inverse, and navbar fixed top. So a lot of this should already look familiar, as we've worked with it in previous lessons in this section. Next, create the container. It's going to be a fluid container because, as you saw, it spans across the entire content area from left to right. Next, create the collapse icon so that the browser doesn't show the full navigation bar items on small handheld devices. So remember, when the web page is viewed on a large screen, we should be able to see the links in the navigation bar. But when we look at it on a very small screen, we don't want to see all the links. We want to see the collapsible menu. So when you click the button, that's when you see the links. Okay, so this is for small handheld devices. This code block should look familiar as we worked with it earlier in the section. Remember that your data target will need to match the ID of the div containing the navbar links. And once you finish creating this code block, you can go ahead and create the links. Create each item in an unordered list, okay, inside this div. So you'll see that we've given it the same ID as the data target value in our button. And in this unordered list, we have all our link items. So there's 4 of them in total. Link 1, link 2, link 3, and link 4. Each link has to have an href attribute that links to the section name. We'll now go ahead and create those sections. So after your closing nav tag, create each section in a div element and make sure the ID matches the appropriate link. So for example, link 1, we gave it the href, or we gave it the link section 1. So make sure that your ID is correctly attached to that first link. This is the first section, so section 1. Also make sure to set the div class to container fluid, so the div spans the entire viewport. And now insert your heading and content into the div. So we've put the heading into an h1 tag and the content text into paragraph tags. And that's it for each content section. All you need to do is copy and paste this code for each one of your sections and rename the ID so it corresponds to your links. So section 2 should match section 2, section 3, and section 4. And once you've completed your sections, all you need to do is save your file and preview the file in your web browser and just make sure it works. Now that we have an understanding of the different Bootstrap components and basic layouts, we can take a look at popular Bootstrap themes and how they were developed. One of the best things about Bootstrap is that it's open source. This means you have access to thousands of templates and themes, so it saves you time from having to code them from scratch. Remember, you can always build on and customize the themes that are available. A great resource for themes is startbootstrap.com. If we click the Browse Themes and Templates button, you'll see that they have several different themes to choose from. Most of them are free to use for commercial and personal use. In this lesson, we'll take a look at the Freelancer theme. We'll see how it was developed. To download it, click the Preview and Download button, and then click the Download button. Save the file onto your desktop. The file will download as a zip file. You'll need to extract the folder onto your desktop using any extraction utility such as WinZip or WinRAR. We'll do a quick overview of the theme. As you can see here, the layout is fluid. It expands and contracts with the browser. It also takes up the full width of the browser's content area. The navigation menu at the top is designed to collapse on small devices, such as handheld phones and tablets. Each navigation button will pull up a different section of the page. And we covered this type of effect in the last lesson where we developed the scroll spy layout. The rest of the sections are fairly simple. Below the navigation, we have a header with some content, just some text and an image. Below that, we have the portfolio section, which consists of 3 images. When each image is clicked, it launches a modal with some more information corresponding to the item that was clicked. We can exit the modal to get back to the main page. The About section contains a row with some content and a button. And the Contact section has some text content as well as a form using Bootstrap form components. There's also some validation, as you can see. Lastly, we have a footer that contains the location of the business, some social media buttons, and a snippet of text. We also have a row that contains some copyright text as well. And that's the entire theme in a nutshell. So in the next lesson, we'll take a look at the code that went into building this. Once you have the Freelancer theme downloaded and extracted, your folder will contain several files. Most Bootstrap themes and web pages are organized in this way. First, we have a folder that contains the CSS files used for the layout. This includes the essential bootstrap.css file, the bootstrap.min.css file, and also a custom CSS file specifically for this theme called freelancer.css. The next two folders, Font Awesome and Fonts, include the CSS and font files used for the theme. You can leave those as is. The image folder contains the images used for the theme. The JS folder contains all the JavaScript files used for Bootstrap and also the jQuery library. Remember that many of the functions in Bootstrap themes are coded in JavaScript and called from the jQuery library. The Less folder contains some additional files that allow the expansion of the CSS language to include additional features and functions. The Mail folder includes a PHP script that you can use to process your form data. Don't worry about this for now. You'll learn about form processing in the PHP section of this course if you're taking it as part of the Web Development Masterclass. And lastly, we have the index file. This is the main web page. So I'll go ahead and open that in my web browser. And we went over this in the beginning of this project. So this is just a file that we'll be exploring. You can go ahead and open this file in your text editor. And in the next lesson, we'll start taking a look at the code. In this lesson, we'll explore how this theme was developed. Once you understand how all the components come together, you'll easily see why Bootstrap has become so popular with developers. In our HTML document, inside the head tag, we can see that the HTML code starts with defining the character set, UTF-8, and the viewport. Remember that setting the viewport is important to keep the page responsive on all mobile devices. Underneath the title, we also have several links to external files that are needed for the layout. This includes the bootstrap.min.css style sheet, and also the custom freelancer.css style sheet, which is specific to this theme. The next block of code sets links to fonts that are used in this theme. So the font-awesome.min.css style sheet, and also certain fonts taken from the Google API. So there's two links to that. And so that's it for the inclusions. Most of this will look very familiar as we've worked with it quite a few times now. Inside the body tag, we start with the navigation elements. So this top navigation bar here that contains our buttons. The nav element uses the three classes we took a look at earlier. navbar, navbar default, and navbar fixed top. These ensure that the navbar stays fixed at the top even when the user scrolls down the page. The navigation elements are all contained within a container div. The first code block, starting with this div, is used to collapse the navbar for smaller screens. So remember, when we shrink the size of the browser, it collapses the navbar. So you can see that the navbar toggle class was used. The data toggle attribute is set to collapse. You can also see the different span classes that define each icon bar inside this little button here. The second block of code inside this div contains each one of these buttons, and they're structured inside an unordered list with a navbar right class, and that's why they'll stick to the right. Each individual button is contained within a list item, and each list item has an A attribute, a link attribute, set to a different value. The A attribute is set to the named anchor corresponding to the content that matches the button. So, the portfolio goes to the portfolio section, about goes to about, and so on. So that's why we see the number sign in front of the portfolio, about, and contact links. And you can see that the page is very well organized and well commented as well, which is common with Bootstrap themes. They also are separated in terms of sections. So for example, if we wanted to take out the entire navigation bar, we could just delete this entire block of code, and that would get rid of the navigation bar for us. So it's very easy to work with. I just undid that to bring the code back. Now next we have our header. And the header is contained within the header tags. And inside the header tags, we have a container. And inside the container, we have a row and a column. Okay, so it's a large column that spans 12 of the cells in our Bootstrap grid layout. Inside the column, we have this image, which has the image responsive class attached to it. That means the image will be responsive to any device, regardless of the screen size. We have the source of the image, and then we have a span with the start Bootstrap text. And if you're working with this theme, of course, you would change all this. You'd probably change your image source to something else. You change this text to the name of your website, perhaps, and so on. And so that's it for the header. It's fairly simple. And then we go into the portfolio section. This entire section is contained within a container div. And so we have the portfolios. First we have the section tag. Inside that we have the container. And I'd have to scroll down quite a bit just to see the closing div tag. You can see each one of these code blocks is contained inside the container. The first code block is a row that contains this portfolio text, and also this here, the line with the star in the middle. So that's this entire code block here. And inside another row, we have each of the code blocks for these 6 images here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now each one of these 6 code blocks are almost identical, just a few minor differences. Let's start with the first item here. We can see that they're contained within the column small 4 column size, and the link is set to portfolio modal 1 with a number sign in front of it. And the reason for that is because these links will open up a modal with additional content pertaining to that link. Each one of them does that. Now the code for the modal and the content inside the modal is a lot lower down on the page. So we'll get to that as we progress through the script. But just for now, know that each one of these images links to its own modal. And that's why we have the data toggle attribute set to modal as well. And then we have the icon. When you hover your mouse over, you'll see the magnifying glass. And so that's contained within this div with the class set to caption content. And then the image source for this cabin image. And then just an image responsive class to make sure that the images shrink if the browser window gets smaller. And on mobile devices, we can see that because of the grid layout, they do stack on top of one another. So they'll shrink to a certain point, and then they'll just stack on top of one another. So each one of these is almost identical. The only thing that changes is, of course, the image source, but also the link. Each link opens a separate modal. So the second button here opens portfolio modal 2, and then portfolio modal 3, 4, 5, and 6. And so that's it for that section. The next section on our theme is the About Us section. All the elements pertaining to this section are contained inside section tags and also a separate container. Inside the container, we have a row and a column that contain the About heading. Next, we have another row, and this row contains 2 blocks of code, or 3 blocks of code. The first block of code is this paragraph here, and that's contained inside a column that spans 4 cells in the Bootstrap grid layout. The second block of code contains this text, and the column is the same size as the first. The third column, which spans 8 of the cells in the Bootstrap grid layout, contains this one button. And we can see that the text center class has also been applied. And so it centers the button inside a fairly large column. Underneath the About section, we have the Contact section. Okay, so inside this section, we have a container. And inside the container, we have a row that contains the Contact Me heading. The second row contains all the form elements. We won't go through all these different form elements because we've already been through that quite a bit in previous lessons. So there's really nothing new there. It's just each item contained inside, of course, the form, the open and close form tag. And each form element is contained within its own div. And so on. Underneath the Contact section, we have the footer. The footer is actually one of the last components of the page, and it's contained within an open and close footer tag. All the elements of the footer are contained within a separate container and also within a separate row. And then inside this row, we have 4 columns, or 3 columns rather. The first column contains the location, the second column contains the social media icons, and the third column contains just this snippet of text. And they're all designed to collapse one under the other. when the browser shrinks to a certain size. So you can see that each column is next to one another when the browser is expanded, but when it's contracted, they fall one below the other. Underneath the footer, we have another footer with the class footer below. And that contains the copyright text that you see here. Now this code block is for this up arrow button. So when I click the up arrow, it takes us right back to the top of the page. And so that's what this div is for. It contains that button. And you can see that the link on this button is set to page top. So we have a named anchor there, and that's why it knows where to go. Below that, we have the modals. So if you recall, anytime one of the images in the portfolio is clicked, it opens a modal with more information. So all the modal code blocks can be found here, and there's going to be 6 of them because there's 6 individual images, and each image opens its own separate modal with different content. It's a common practice to have the modals at the bottom of the page because the code blocks can get fairly lengthy, especially if you have a lot of content in these modals. So you can see that each modal has a modal fade class attached to it, and that's what gives it the fade effect when it loads. It also has an ID attribute set to portfolio modal 1. And if you remember, the link attribute on this first image was set to portfolio modal 1. And that's how the modal system works. That's how it knows to open this specific modal when this image is clicked. And we covered that earlier as well. Okay, so it's just a standard modal. And inside the modal, we have the modal content. And the content includes the close button here, so that dismisses the modal when it's clicked. It also has a separate container and a row which holds all the text and images that we see inside the modal. So again, we won't go through each modal because we've worked with modals before, and it's the same concept. It's just copying and pasting blocks of code for whichever components you want to include in the theme. Say, for example, I didn't want 6 modals. Well, I could just delete this entire code block, and that would remove the modal. That would remove portfolio modal 2. So it's very easy to work with these themes. You can just delete and add depending on what your needs are. It's more or less just a matter of copying and pasting. And so we'll scroll all the way down. At the bottom of the page, we have some script files that are used, and these are used for various functions on the page. So for example, we have the jQuery library, we have the bootstrap.min.js file, that's essential. We have some plugins that are used for different animations. For example, the easing when the navigation expands and contracts. And also we have JavaScript files for the page, for the form validation. So this form does come with JavaScript validation. So if I don't input any information and click send, you'll notice that I do get the error messages. And that's what these validation JavaScript files are for. And then we have the custom JavaScript for this particular theme. Okay, so when you do download these themes, it's very important that you understand that a lot of these files are created and used inside the HTML file here. And these are all key components of this layout. Okay, and so that covers the entire theme. There's many different types of themes, but the concepts are all the same. Once you download the theme, you can add to it, remove from it, customize it, and it makes it a lot easier than coding a Bootstrap page from scratch. You can see it's a fairly lengthy file, and it would take quite a bit of time. So hope you enjoyed. and we'll see you in the next lesson.